at the TDG Financial Winter BootCamp.
Can't hear you. Can't hear you.
Yeah! All right!
That's
Yeah!
what I'm talking about. Woo!
All right. Listen, my name is Rogers Strawder, and here's the better half right here of almost 30 years. Kim Strawder. Hey, we've been part of the Davies organization for about 15 years and with the Alliance, National Agents Alliance. We're from Detroit, Michigan. So if you don't know anybody from Detroit, Michigan, you can say, I got friends from Detroit now. So we are here in a good spot right now. If you're not here and you're on YouTube, we're glad you made it. But we have a packed house here today, and we're about to learn a whole lot. So a little bit about us. Once again, we're from Detroit, Michigan. We've been with Alliance for 15 years. I started off as a plumbing inspector for the city of Detroit and became the chief plumbing inspector, but did this part-time. I kind of dabbled in insurance, and I didn't do it full-time, but I saw that there's something here, right here. We started for the money, we stayed for the culture. We have friends here. Stephen and Holly Davies had made this a place for us, a home. And we're grateful for Andy and Jane Albright, who brought them into the business and have made this a tool for us to get to where we need to get to. So you're gonna learn a whole lot about what we do and how we do it today. But that's a little bit about me. And Kim, tell everybody a little bit about you, how you got into the business and your background.
Well, I was dragged into the business. I
Yeah.
came in kicking and screaming, but once I got in and I got to meet the people, like he said, it's the culture that made us stay. And we've been loving the ride ever since we got started.
Yep.
So, but anyway, just to get us kicked off and get us started, there's someone very special we want to introduce you all to. One of my favorite people in the Alliance and with TDG Financial, and that is Omar Smith. This guy is phenomenal. So just to give you a little background about his history, Omar has a master's degree in business at Western Carolina University, and he's been with the Davies organization for about 15 years, and he does an amazing job with helping new agents get started with the training, mentorship on Discord. So if you guys are not on Discord, please get on Discord so you can see the amazing training that he and the rest of the staff does. It's beyond what, it's just beyond. I don't even have the words for it.
If you don't know, just ask Omar.
Yes, ask Omar.
And the dial session that he does so phenomenally well with.
Yep.
And so we want to show our appreciation at this time, give our attention to Mr. Omar Smith.
Thank you. All right. Glad everybody made it out. I think most everybody made it out to the axe throwing yesterday too. That was fun. That was fun, right? Did you see the picture of me with my bullseyes with the ninja stars? I don't know if you saw that. It looked staged. It was not. It was the first time I threw them. I've never done any of this stuff before. And so there's like 3 green marks. It's like a Mickey Mouse type deal. So it's like 2, and 1 in the middle. Hit all 3 with the ninja stars first time. It was crazy. So I'm basically Batman, for those of you that don't know. Never got close the rest of the night to any bullseye, but that doesn't matter. I did the first time. But I appreciate Kim and Roger so much for the kind words. But to sum it up, effectively, I help new agents get paid. That's what I'm here to do. If I'm not helping y'all get paid, then why am I here? Right? So the vast majority of my job is one-on-one coaching sessions. Of course, we got the live class. A lot of y'all have been through the live class already. So we call it Agent Academy. Because the beautiful thing about this company is that we have so many options, so many ways differently to help clients, but it's a double-edged sword because we have so many options that we can help clients with. So you can get lost. You can get lost pretty easily, right? So we try to narrow that down and just make it a very seamless transition to, if I got my license on Monday and I have an appointment on Saturday, what's the most important things I need to know between these 2 dates so I can have a legitimate conversation with this client. So that's where you most likely will see me first, in the Agent Academy. But then after that, you'll meet the rest of the staff. before you get back to me. And so when you see me again, I have Ask Omar sessions in the Discord where it's just like it sounds, open office hours where anybody can pop in, ask any questions that they have, from contracting to sales to carrier stuff, like whatever it is, right? Because if I don't know it, I know somebody that knows it. And then of course, if anybody has like appointments, that's like my main thing. Like I would take this mic off and go to the back room right now if an agent called me on the phone because they needed help closing a deal. Nothing I do is more important than that, right? So a big part of that is helping you guys be accountable to the plan that you have. So my brief talk is going to be about activity, for one, right? Because if we don't bring the effort and energy, the rest, what you know doesn't matter, right? If you don't bring the effort and activity. And then accountability. That's like the summing up to one word, like that's my job, is accountability. So I need two things from every new agent that come on board for me to help you guys be successful. The first one is a plan. What are we trying to do? You'll learn a lot more about that when Adam Lucas comes up here later on talking about calendar and strategy, and he's like the go-to person for that. So gotta have a plan. And then, number two, I have to be able to tell you the truth. I gotta be honest with you, right? I'm a nice guy. People like me, right? If you ever hear someone say that I don't like Omar, like that's a them problem. Like no, like you'll never hear that. You'll never hear I don't like and Omar in the same sentence. But yeah, exactly. No one. You've never heard it. It doesn't happen. Never lost. But so with that said, you will all like me a lot more if I can help you make money, right? So I got to be able to tell you the truth. So there will be some moments where you may not like me as much, but you'll like me more on the back end, right? So what I'm going to do is I've got two quick scenarios, right, that I'm going to run through with my assistant for the day, Josh Owens. Everybody get up for Josh. Woo woo. So what I'm going to do is run you guys through how I'm going to break down an agent's week, what I actually do when I'm talking to agents every single day, right? So there are two very quick scenarios, loosely based on real agents. These are real conversations that I actually have, and you will see why I ask the questions the way I ask them pretty early on, right? And depending on how we move through the conversation, that's going to dictate what direction I'm going to take it, right? I need context, right? Numbers are great. I got to have that, right? We're not going to make any decisions without some numbers to inform what we're going to do, but I got to have some context too, right? Because that's what actually tells the full, complete story. So, all right. So we're going to go ahead and kick this off and move through this. Josh, I'm going to refer to you affectionately as Agent One, okay. as we move through. So, all right, let's go ahead and get it going. Agent One, what's up, man? What's going on? Good to see you. How'd your week go?
Not too bad. I didn't hit my goals this week, but I'm optimistic.
I like it. I love it. If you like it, I love it. I love to hear the optimism. We need that. It happens to the best of us. We don't always hit our goals, but let's try to figure out what's going on. So let's start from the top. Remind me, what was the goal? What were we trying to do?
So we talked at first. I mean, my goal was $3,000 in issue pay business.
Okay, so you want to put $3,000 in your pocket every week.
Oh yeah.
Okay,
that's it, man.
I like it. That's a good plan. So, where we get with that this week?
$0.
Okay, so goal of 3,000.
Yeah.
The actual was 0. Okay.
Yeah, 3,000.
Okay, that's all right. We got some work to do. That's okay. That's why we're here. So, let's start at the top. So let's talk about resources. How many leads did you start the week off with?
I had about 32 leads.
32 leads. Okay,
32 leads,
that's solid. Not too bad. So on that 32, how many dials did we end up making by the end of the week?
I mean, I did 357 dials.
357.
Yeah,
okay.
man.
Okay. And you guys can take notes on that if you want to have the numbers in front of you. All right, 357. So 32 leads, 357 dials. Solid.
Yeah.
Okay. So roughly, how many hours did we end up working this week?
About 35 hours.
35. Okay.
Yeah.
That's right. You're full-time availability. So.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Well.
Yeah.
That's pretty easy math, right?
Okay.
So what I'm looking at here, 357 dials across 35 hours of work.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, you break that down, that's about $10 an hour.
Yeah, I mean, sounds about right.
Okay. Well, I gotta be honest with you. You're never gonna get to 3,000 with that kind of availability and that kind of activity.
Oh, okay.
Right? Because we got an expectation is up here, right? Is at the top, but activities that doesn't match up, right?
Oh, okay.
And this is important. This is important because if you have another week like this next week, in week 3 you're going to be looking for another job.
Oh man,
right? And
I like this job.
I like you, right? And I know that's why you came here, right? To make money. I know you had a lot of goals you wanted to hit, but what I'm telling you is like these two things don't align. So we've got to figure out what's going on here. So help me understand the context. So what was going on this week? What kind of got in the way of us doing what we needed to do?
Oh well, we moved in our new house this week. So
that's right. That's right. Congrats, by the way.
Oh, thanks, man.
That's a big deal, moving to the new house. I don't know about y'all. When me and my wife moved into our last house, like it was just me and my father-in-law, just moving all the heavy furniture. My back was screaming for like a week. It was crazy.
Oh well, we just hired some movers to come move the stuff in. I didn't.
Oh, hey, good on you, man. So okay. Well, let me back up. Let me back up there. So how long did it take you guys to get all the moving and set up in the new house then, if you paid a company?
About a weekend.
Okay. So the house was set up, packed up all over the weekend. So that means you probably had Monday through, I guess, Thursday pretty open and available?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay. So are we kind of seeing what the problem is? So we've got more availability than what the actions are adding up to. Does that make sense?
Oh.
Right.
Maybe I wasn't working as much as I should have during those hours.
Your words, not mine. Right. Your words, not mine.
Yeah.
But here's the reality of it though. It's serious business. Is that $10 an hour? Like there's not enough here from us to really have a good conversation about what's going on in your business. Right. So when we sit down and have these talks, like I want to make this productive for both of us.
Yeah.
But right now there's nothing. Like you didn't even do enough work really to learn anything, to screw anything up, so we can really talk through what's happening, right? So in order for you to grow and develop and learn how to do this well, like I just got to have more activity first. So what we have to do starting next week is we got to go into it tripling this activity. Tripling this activity.
Wow. I mean, I called in like 3:57. Didn't get anybody to pick up. Man, I thought I was working. Yeah, I did a lot there.
All right. Thank you. So that was the first. We got another one. So these are real conversations I have though, right? It's like these are my expectations. Here's my activity level. One of these two things has to change, right? Either our expectations got to drop to match the activity, or vice versa, right? So you probably, hopefully picked up that as we're going through the conversation, it's lighthearted, everything's cool. Like I'm just getting my numbers, I'm getting the information. There wasn't a problem with any of it until we uncovered how much availability he had. Everything else is fine, right? 32 leads, like he probably needs more, well, he definitely needs more leads than that for a full-time schedule. But that's window dressing. That's not the real conversation, right? That's not what I want to talk about. I didn't even ask him about how many people he spoke to, because I know if he did $10 an hour roughly on average, I don't care how many people he spoke to. Like his mentally he wasn't focused. His momentum wasn't there. He wasn't prepared to have the conversation. So here for new-ish agents and for you guys that are building a team or thinking about inviting people into the business. So don't come to your upline or person you're working with window dressing, right? What most agents are going to want to do in this kind of conversation is talk about, well, I keep getting these objections. Everybody I spoke to said this. All the 4 people that I spoke to said this. And then I have these conversations every day. So like all 6 of these people, like, so I'm running into this and they want to spend 15 minutes trying to overcome, like doing coaching on overcoming an objection. That we'll fix the drapes later, right? The foundation is cracked in half right now. There's not enough activity there for us to have a legitimate conversation about what's happening. So frankly, I don't care. I don't care about how many people he talked to. I don't care what they said to him. because that's not the problem. The problem is you're not working. That's the problem. Once we fix that, hopefully next week, then we can have a legitimate conversation about what you're running into. We can have more nuance, how many pickups we're getting, what objectives we're working on. And to be clear, I will still do that with this agent because this is the first week we're done this, right? So the back half of that is once I start talking to you about what you're running into, how do I fix it? Thankfully, we have tools here that allows me to be able to hear what's going on, right? So I know exactly how the appointment went. I know exactly what you're doing on the phone. So it's very easy for me to diagnose the problem and fix it quick, right? But let's say you don't have that. All you have is, hey, I went and ran 3 appointments this week. This is what I'm hearing. How do I fix that? We'll role play. Well, tell me what the objection is. Let's go over it. Let's do it 2 or 3, 4 or 5 times right now until you get it down pat. Because if you're screwing something up on Monday, ideally I want it fixed by Monday afternoon. Next week I don't want to have the same conversation about the same objection because we fixed that, right? We role play. We did it over and over. You know what to do now. You're equipped. Now you got to do it. Right? But again, for agent 1, I'm not really going into all that yet because we got bigger fish to fry on the front end. Does that make sense? Does that track? Mm-hmm. Before I move on to the second one, get questions, thoughts, comments on that briefly? I know this is the first session, so I know the coffee's still kicking in, but Rogers.
So are these the type of conversations you will have with every agent, or are you picking who to have that conversation with based on if they had to want to or not?
It starts out with every agent. But because I'm going to have the conversation as directly as I'm going to have it to make the conversation of what we need to do very crystal clear, now they have a choice to make. So starting the second week, if we go from 357 dials to 415 dials, like this conversation is going to be even shorter and even more direct. Like, don't call me back until you have 800 dials on the books. So it starts out, yes, everybody. But people will slowly start to sift themselves out. All I got to do is set the expectation. It's not mine. My expectation is based on what you told me you wanted to do. And to be crystal clear, again, before they even get to me, they've already had this conversation with Adam Lucas. So we already know what their calendar is, what their schedule is, what they want to do. So all I'm doing is holding up a mirror. Remember this?
Yes.
Remember when you told me this is what you want to do? We're not going to get here like that. So, and the reason why that's important is it's going to separate pretty quickly the people who are serious about it and the people that are not. Because the people who are serious about it, like, they want that. I want that. If you don't play around with it. Like, I'm trying to get to this $20K a week, right? This is what I want to do. So if I need to fix my face a certain type of way or wear a certain type of shirt, like, tell me what to wear and let's get to it. But appreciate that, Rogers. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
And maybe you'll get into this in the other scenarios, but obviously when you heard his number of dials, that's one of the first things that caught you. What would your expectation be when it comes to how many thousand average per hour that you would be looking at to not start the conversation this way?
Yeah, good question, and we will cover that in the second one. But yeah, so for me, like, generally speaking, we're talking about just pure phone work, $40, $50 an hour. That's somebody that's hustling. That's somebody that's working. So, like, I'm using the number of his availability to kind of make that math work quickly in my head. So I can already see, like, okay, we're not where we need to be, right? You effectively, with your availability, did about a day and a quarter worth of work, but you want a full week's worth of production. That's not how it works. So mostly based on what their availability is. Good question, I appreciate that. Yes, sir.
We're dialing lead 3 times, correct? Is that included in his 100 or however many?
Yeah.
So one lead dialing 3 times, multiply that, that works into that hour of dial.
Yep. So if I got 10 leads, I'm calling them all 3 back to back to back. And if they didn't answer, cool. I'll come back in 45 minutes and I'll do it again, right? Because now, again, there is some issue here. The 32 leads, again, that's probably not enough resources to fill up his schedule. But that's a secondary issue because more leads for this particular person isn't going to fix bad activity. You're just going to do, that just means some of these leads probably aren't getting called at all, right? So again, like, that's something I would address with him if the activity was higher. Because frankly, if you dial the way that we just talked about, you're going to talk to all those 32 people. The vast majority of them are going to answer the phone. And now we got something to work with here. But with the 10 dials an hour, even though technically, like, he called every lead, 10 times, I guess, give or take. But if you call, anyway, that's, I won't go too far into the weeds, have like a trading session, because I'm about to do that. That the window dressing would be the resources and how you're dialing and all that stuff. But frankly, there's just not enough numbers there to have that conversation yet. What else we got? We good? Okay, I got more time. So, all right. Moving on. So again, that is an activity and a time management problem for that agent. That is, if I had to nail it down to one thing that I probably deal with the most, that's what it is. Not being efficient with our time that we have available. So, but good news is that's easily fixable. That's just an effort thing. All right, cool. Agent 2. Okay. New scene. Agent 2, how's it going? How was your week? What's going on with the family? How are things?
Great, man. I wrote my first policy.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about. Good job. Good job. First of many. Of many.
Yes.
If you can do it once, you can do it a million times, right?
Oh, yeah.
Now we're on the way. So how'd it feel writing your first policy?
It's not as scary as I thought it would be.
It never is. It never is. You just got to get out there and mess some things up. And once we start messing some stuff up, we start learning fast. So that's awesome. So now that we got that out, got our first one, got some momentum going, where do we end up with the goal for the week? I know we got that one policy, but where does that stack up with where we're trying to be?
Yeah, so my goal was 2,000 issue paid, and my production was 400
Okay.
issue paid.
Okay, that's not bad. So we fell a little bit short of the goal, but we're making some inroads there. We're getting there. So, but we do have something on the books, so that means we can grow. We can build from there. Okay. So walk me through what your activity was looking like. Let's talk about it.
So I made about 336 dials on 24 leads.
Should be 700.
So that said 736 dials.
Yeah.
Sorry. I spoke with 13 people.
Okay.
And ran 9 appointments. I helped 1 client.
Okay. So 736 dials for note takers on 24 leads. Spoke to 13 people, so made 13 contacts, ran 9 appointments, 1 client helped. Okay, good deal. So with that said, about how many hours were you working?
15 hours. That's the max I can do right now.
Okay. So 736 dials on 15 hours. I mean, that's pretty good, right? For the time you have available. That's roughly 49 dials per hour if you divide it up. So had a pretty good chance of running an appointment, it looks like, if you got them to answer. But for that many dials I'm looking at on 24 leads, we probably should have more pickups than 13. So kind of walk me through what your call blocks are. Okay. When are you doing your dials?
Yeah, so I dial Monday through Thursday from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m.
Okay. 11 to 2. Okay, that makes sense. So basically, everyone who could answer between those hours probably did. Have you tried to do some dials earlier in the morning or maybe even some in the evening, try to catch some of those other folks?
Well, it's tough because of childcare. I have to watch my youngest daughter in the morning.
I got you. Okay, well, let's circle back to that then. Let's put a pin in that for a second. What about weekends, like Saturday mornings? Could you get someone that might help you, be able to watch the girls so you can maybe run some appointments or do some dials like in the morning, Saturday, like 9 to 2, something like that?
Yeah, I think I could work that out.
Okay. All right, good deal. Well, I think that's going to help. That's going to help with your pickups because, again, I'm looking at these numbers here, and you got about half the people to answer the phone. And with 9 appointments, if you would have got 4 or 5 more pickups, you probably would have ran 2 or 3 more appointments. Okay. That could have been the difference, right, in your $400 versus your $2,000 week. Sweet. Right? So that's not bad. That's not bad at all. But I guess the main thing I want to talk about here is you ran 9 appointments, and we only have 1 close. So what are we running into?
Most of the time, it was would just get to a point where 1-word answers, and then the conversation just kind of dwindled out.
kind of crater from there.
If that's how it felt, I don't know if that.
Okay. So that what I can do is if you've got some of those phone calls recorded, so if you'll send those to me, I can listen in on that. But it sounds like we're missing the boat on the connection piece.
Okay.
Probably being a little too rigid when you're first coming on the phone a little bit. So we can probably work on that, and I got some tips I can help you with that. That's where your script runs out. So that was ad-lib, that last part. So just to catch up on the numbers here, this conversation went very different than the first one because of the context of her availability, or his availability, right? So again, 700 plus dials with 15 hours worth of time, like that's a lot. We're working, we're trying to get to it, right? So this is not an activity issue. Again, there might be an availability issue, which we can address, right? And also, is 24 leads, like, is that enough resources? Maybe, maybe not. But with that tight of a schedule, having 40 leads, like, that's not really gonna fix the problem either, right? So the thing that I'm keying in on here is we had 13 people that we spoke to. Out of those 13 people, we ran 9 appointments, which that's solid. That's rock solid. So that lets me know that when you're talking to people, they like you and they want to talk to you. They want to run an appointment. Now, something happened, right? 1 out of 9, like that's not a great close rate. We should have had at least 2 or 3 more, even for a new person, even for a brand new person. If you run 9 appointments, you should probably help at least 2 people, maybe even 3, right? That's what we're looking at. But that's fine. To me, this is a training issue. So I'm going to spend a lot more time with this person. Like, we're going to go back to the schedule piece because that is part of it. But you did have 9 opportunities, 9 bites at the apple. So what's actually happening during the conversation? Let's really dig down deep into what is going on, your contact. So I ad-libbed that very last thing, but that is common for new people, is getting one-word answers or people not wanting to talk to them. And I get it. They filled out the form, all the information. Like, clearly they want and need life insurance, but that doesn't mean they're just gonna jump out with their checkbook, right? Ready to buy the policy. We still gotta do the work. So this is a connection problem. And again, that's easy. We got Stephen Davies in the back, right? Like, I can help you with your connection problems, right? This guy's the elite of the elite. So this is the conversation that I want to have every week. So again, yes, we need to get you running appointments on the weekends. And now, if you got some childcare problems, like I can't fix that necessarily. I can give you some solutions, some suggestions, some ideas, but I can't necessarily fix that. But I can at least plant the seed. All right, because Stephen taught me a long time ago, let's not focus so much on what we can't do. What can you do?
That's right.
What can you do? Let's be solution oriented, right? So that's exactly how I'd approach it. And just like to make it full circle, the first guy, moving into a house is a big deal. Now, he paid movers and everything was fine, but moving into a house, like, that's a perfect excuse for most people to be like, you know what, I can't really make my dials this week because, I got the big move, and we've all moved before. We know how stressful that is. But what do you do if you've got a regular 9 to 5? You work at the bank. What do? You still got to move. You either do it over the weekend or over several weekends, right? Or maybe you take a day off, take Friday off. But Monday through Thursday, you still got work. Still got work. So if I let him off the hook with that, it's going to be an ongoing thing. Well, the house and we got this going on. Or how many people have kids? Anybody got? Okay, cool. Younger kids? I got younger kids. So we know how crazy, especially this time of year, it's chaos, right? They come home from school, they got some kind of crazy upper respiratory thing that just ravages the house, right? That is a perfect excuse to not get the dials done this week, right? But what's that going to mean at the end of the week? It means you're looking for a new job. So I have to hold their feet to the fire, no matter what the situation is, because Stephen probably won't bring this up, but I will. And it is being recorded. So, man, when we had that storm, like last month or a month before, seems like a million years ago, but Stephen still popped in like 15 or 19 grand worth of production. He had a hole in his roof. He wasn't at his house. He had to move. He had to get up and go. That's a pretty good excuse not to make my phone calls this week. But guess what? If Stephen doesn't pop in his 20K a week or whatever he needs to get to, all this stops. Everything with all the employees here, all that stops, right? Some of y'all have owned businesses or currently own businesses. Like it's not as much about you anymore, right? You got people you got to take care of. Your agents got families too. They got kids. They got people that they're trying to take care of. So you have to look at it through that prism and help them see that. Right? I don't care if you're moving into your new house. I know your toddler is sick. I know we got to figure it out. Because that's the reality of it. That I can put the kitty gloves on and tell you it's going to be okay. You know, we'll get them next time. But the data tells me if we don't fix this today, there's not going to be a next time. And now the system doesn't work, or the training's bad, or don't get me started on the leads. All the leads suck, right? Oh, can I say suck? Too late. But the leads are bad, right? It's like all the window dressing stuff, right? So no one wants to look in the mirror. Well, let me not say that. It's hard for people sometimes to look in the mirror, but like that's my job, is to keep you guys accountable, because you're putting your faith in me. If you come here, if you're thinking about coming here, you're putting your faith in me and Steven and the team, Kim, Rogers, like you're putting your faith in us. So we got to hold up our end of the deal, but we got to make sure you guys do the same. Right? So questions, thoughts, comments. This is very much what my day-to-day looks like. If I'm not on a live call, I'm doing something like this with the agent. So yes, sir.
How do a new agent get in front of you for such training or coaching? Is there something that they have to log on to or set an appointment with, or calendar or something like that?
I love this, by the way. I love what you're doing. Look at that, and I appreciate you. Yes, there is. So of course, you guys can have my direct contact, but the best way to get a hold of me is in Discord. We have a TDG Discord where we're all in it all the time. If I'm doing a live class, my Ask Omar sessions that we're talking about, it's straight in there. I make announcements on it. I add everyone, so you'll all get a notification when I do that. So there's that. There's also, we have different channels. If you're not familiar with Discord, there's certain channels, and I have an agent support channel. So that's also me. So if you guys have a contracting question or sales question, or hey, I don't know what to do here, I had this weird objection, can we book some time? We can do it right there. I like to do it in the agent support channel so multiple people can see it, right? Because you're not the only one that's run into that. You're not the only one that's going to see that. So it's just nice to be able to help everybody at the same time. But of course, y'all can DM me in Discord as well. That is by far the best way to get a hold of me, because I've got it on this and my phone and my computer. When I get a DM or some kind of contact in Discord, like I get like 6 things that ring off. So, and that's in my brain, I've got it separated. So if I've got my personal phone, which is great if you guys have that, but how many phones, like calls and texts do we get all the time, right? 1 billion. But if I get a message in Discord, like that's, oh, this is urgent. Like there's somebody that needs some help right now. So that is by far the best way to get a hold of me. Thank you, Rogers. Really good question. Anything else? Questions, thoughts, comments about the one-on-one conversation, what we're looking for, how we help hold people accountable, activity? We good? We solid?
So you do something like that after they do the Agent Academy? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, that's usually how it flows, just because typically you're not really running appointments until that point, because that's like the initial training that everybody goes through, which is you can do it in a day, right? So it's a pretty quick process. But yeah, you do the training. Usually you meet with Adam Lucas. We figure out what your schedule availability, and all that stuff, the blueprint to success is going to be. But once you start hitting the phones, we're doing this. And don't get me wrong, this is like a weekly check-in, bare minimum we're going to do. But if we're not talking more than once a week, then there's probably an issue somewhere already. Right, because I'm so available. The Ask Omars, the Dial Jams, like there's so many ways to get your questions answered before you run into them. So by the time we get here, like this shouldn't be the conversation that we have, because we should have already addressed most of these things. But for better or worse, sometimes I still end up having these conversations. So, but good question. What else? Anything else? Y'all good? All right, Josh, appreciate you. Thank you, sir. All right, so appreciate y'all hanging in there with me, and I hope that was helpful. Hope it gave you some insight to what my expectations are whenever I'm working with and talking with a new agent. So, and please download the Discord, be a part of the group. Even if you're studying for your license still, or you haven't really done anything much, it's still good to be around the fire, right? Now, we have dial jams several times a week where you can do live dials. We can give you feedback in the moment too. So good stuff. All right, so now it is my pleasure to bring up the man of the hour. So just a little bit, I'll let Stephen tell, about himself, but just personally, I mean, I've known Stephen for many, many years at this point. He is a close friend and a mentor of mine, personally and professionally. I've learned a lot from my personal life from reading the books that we are supposed to be for work, right? Which I think is the trick, right? It's like, hey, this is for work, read this. And like, oh man, I can do this every day, right? This changes the way that I'm gonna live. So he's had a profound impact on my life, and because of that, my children's life now, right? And so I appreciate him and Holly for being here for me and my family. That we've been through some tough times like last month, but I know I can call Stephen and Holly for anything I need, and I love them both very dearly. So, but now I'm going to welcome up the D in TDG, Stephen Davies.
All right. So they're going to move some stuff around for me. To clear up something, Omar's wife's name is Holly as well as my wife's name is Holly. So there are two separate Hollies. The only reason I say that is sometimes at functions, people get this kind of look on their face like, because Omar will be like, yeah, Stephen always encouraged me to make sure Holly feels loved. And I'm like, yeah, man, that's right, I do. There are two Hollies. Mine is IE, his is Y. So just to clear that up, in case anybody was wondering why we both talk about Holly a lot, there are two Hollies. All right, so before we get into sales training, there's just one thing I want to kind of hammer on you, because we're going to go over technique, and technique is important, but let me tell you something. Technique and skill are always beat by activity. In the beginning, you probably won't be very good on the skill part, and that's cool. But you can beat that with activity. And activity is one of those things you can always control. There's certain like simple axioms by which I lead my life, right? Like people think I'm complicated. I'm very, very simple. I mean, there are just basic things I live by. Like one, always have at least two smart redneck friends. Because you're going to need them when something goes down. Like I got two friends, like if you're like, I need to bury a horse at 4 a.m, I'm like, let me see if I can get a hold of Jason first. You know what I'm saying? So you got to have that. Never follow a hippie to a second location. That's another basic of living. And then the third is never get beat on something you can control. You can always control your attitude and activity. I love these folks that don't think they can control their attitude. A good attitude is a choice, right? And I always, people have a bad attitude and they go through a whole day. I'm like, that was really dumb, man. Because you can't get a refund on a bad day, right? You can't get a refund on a day you spent frustrated. You can't get that back. It's not like when you're about to die. They're like, hey, you're about to die. And they're like, let's calculate it up. Okay, you wasted, 3,421 bad days over the course of your 22,000 days. So let's go ahead and let's re-up and extend you so you get those back. That's not how it works. That's gone, right? You can always control your attitude, and you can always control your activity. And it's funny, when people don't control one, the other always goes by the wayside. Always. Always. If you don't control your attitude, your activity is going to go by the wayside. If you don't control your activity, your attitude is going to go by the wayside. And I always lead with activity, right? Because I know you can't feel your way into an action, but you can act your way into a feel, right? It's just like nobody's on a treadmill running full speed and all of a sudden go, you know what, I think I'm depressed. Now that I'm up to 9 miles an hour, I think I'm depressed. That doesn't happen, right? Well, when do you get depressed? When you're laying around, when you're doing nothing, when you're idle, right? In the South, they say things that are funny, like idle hands is the devil's workshop, but there's some truth in that, right? I just try and stay busy because I want to have a good attitude. I want to be happy, right? So I stay busy. You'll say, why are you so busy? Because I want to be happy. I don't want the bad feelings to catch up with me. Plus, I notice when people sit still, they get sick a lot, right? So I just keep trucking, keep running, take my vitamins, let's go. All right, so let's get into sales training. And this, as I go through sales training, I like doing it in smaller groups at big conventions. Chandler, remind me, do I tap on the bottom of the screen or the top of the screen? Oh, figured it out. Here we go. All right. When I do sales training at the big conventions, I can't take questions, but in small groups, I can take questions. So if you got a question or something I say confuses you, just raise your hand and we'll talk about it. We'll talk it out. We'll figure it out, okay? All right, so the two things I always make people agree to when we do sales training, oops, and the top screen to go back. No, there is no going back. Where we're going, we don't need the back button. All right. So one, anybody can be good at sales. Anybody can be good at sales. If you don't think you can be good at sales, you will never be good at sales. But anybody can be good at sales. All of life is sales. I always love it when people all of a sudden have a problem convincing people to do stuff. Like I'll say, you've got to get your spouse to national convention. And they're like, I just can't convince him to. And I'm like, well, that's a load of malarkey. You have manipulated that person multiple times. How long you been married? Yeah. Remember that time you went to y'all's restaurant or your restaurant and not her restaurant? That's manipulation, brother. Actually, it's not manipulation. It's leadership. The only difference between leadership and manipulation is intent. My 13-year-old daughter will tell you that. So just manipulate them, whatever you want to call it. Just does it make sense? Anybody can be good. So you sell all the time, right? Most of the time, people sell themselves on underperformance. That's still, you're selling yourself. You're convincing yourself, or selling yourself that you can't do this, or selling yourself that I don't really need to start my dials now. I'll start my dials later. Later is everybody's favorite time to dial, right? Later. We're going to dial later. I'm going to get to it later. I'm just telling you, anybody can be good at sales. You just have to choose to get good at it. And a lot of times the people that aren't super salesy are better at sales because the people don't see it coming. See, like with me, I have to spend most of my time convincing people I'm not up to something. Does that make sense? Like I have to use my not up to something avatar in order to be good at sales. If you've got that, I'm just not really good at sales. Dude, you can clean up. You don't understand how much you could clean up. I mean, just take that unassuming person. They won't see it coming, right? With me, they see it coming, so I have to pretend to be unassuming. I got the other problem, right? So you're either going to have a problem on one side or the other. So just realize everybody can be good at sales. And sales is fun. That's the other thing you have to agree. I have a cousin that's a CPA. I would smash my head into the wall if every day was the same. Could you imagine? Every day the same? Oh my gosh. I would smash my head in the wall. One of the things I love about sales is that you always get thrown curveballs. One of the things I love about sales is that there's always problems. Like, I love solving problems. It's fun. And you say, well, I don't like problems. I just want something where everything goes right all the time. Yeah, me too. But until then, let's have fun solving problems, right? Let's have fun meeting crazy people. You meet the craziest people in sales. You'd never meet these people otherwise, right? Some of these people, they don't like going to Walmart because they don't like getting dressed up. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Only place you'd meet them is in selling or at the state fair. That's the only two places you can meet these folks, right? You'll meet some of the coolest people too, like some of the coolest people. You'll have some of the funnest experiences selling. You'll have some of the weirdest experiences. I still remember when I was still going in home selling. I was in Gray, Tennessee. Like last appointment of the day, I'd been running along, so it's like 10:30. I'm in this single wide trailer on top of a mountain in the middle of nowhere, and I asked the felony question, Derek. Guess what he says? Yep. Not even like, what is that? What is that? It was like, yep. And I was like, oh, what happened? And he's like, well, went to prison. One charge of second-degree murder, three charges of attempted murder. And I was like, so you got one of them and missed three of them. That's not the time to point out that he might be a bad shot. I know there's no way this app's getting approved, but there's no way I was going to tell him that in the moment. You meet some of the craziest people too. I still remember I was on this was a double wide trailer, so he was doing a little better than my felon. Apparently with a felon on your record, you can't get to the double wide. You got to stay in the single wide. But it's like another late appointment. That's when the weird stuff comes out. Like, I'm always confused when a weird appointment happens early. I'm like, whoa, this is going to be an interesting day. I see what I think is a rooster run between two of the rooms. You know, it's like a typical double wide trailer. You got a great room-ish thing, right? And why is it the same color sofa in every single one of those homes? It's that same green, blue type color. It does. And if it's got one of the If it's got one of the coolers built into it, they are gonna show you that every time, because they are proud as punch of that. So, sitting at the table, and so on the back end of the double wide, there's rooms, there's the 3 bedrooms, and this rooster's running in between. I'm like, I think I'm hallucinating. And so finally I asked the guy, I was like, dude, is there a rooster in your house? And he's like, yeah. Like, I'm the dumb one. I'm like, okay. Driver's license number. And eventually I'm like, I'm going to ask. Right? There's always like 2 things going on in me all the time. Right? There's like the voice in my head, and then there's what I actually do. And there's like a gatekeeper, but sometimes the gatekeeper's like stuck in line at Starbucks or something, and that's when the other guy really shines. And so dude, what's up with a rooster in your house? And he's like, well, it keeps down the ticks. And I was like, so Holly was a nurse at the time, and she worked night shift at the hospital. So when she would come home at like 7 o'clock in the morning and she would find clothes at the front door, that meant I got naked right there. Because nothing of this was coming onto the carpeted areas. You know what I'm saying? You could set up a perimeter of defense and all that. But yeah, so sales is fun. Hey, the first time you write your first annuity and you're like, I get paid $30,000 for that? You're like, this is fun, right? So are we all on the same page? Anybody can be good at it, and it is fun, all right? Because if you don't agree, you might as well leave, because that's how it is. Embrace the adventure, embrace the weird, right? Like, I love things that are awesome, and I love things that are terrible. The middle is so boring, right? Like when you go to a social interaction and it's just a disaster, like, that's awesome, that's fun. And when it's awesome, but blasé, I just don't got time for it, right? I'm trying to collect as many adventures as I can. All right. So here's what we're going to cover. We're going to cover persuasion principles. I'll give you some homework. So there's a talk on YouTube from our Miami Beach convention, family reunion 2020. When were we in Miami Beach, Adam? 2023? Yeah. It's a basic persuasion principles. I'm doing another talk at National Convention on persuasion, but it's going a different angle with it. I'm going to talk about like the fascination triggers that we all have as human beings, and there's like 7 basic fascination triggers we all have. I'm talking about how to use those to be more persuasive. So that's what I'm doing at National Convention. The one from Miami Beach is I lay out basic things that, I think it's 8 or 9 basic things that you can use to be more persuasive. I'm going to cover none of those in this. That's just in addition to this. And then we're talking about the flow of appointment. And if we have time, we'll talk about the basics of sustained success. If not, I'm going to do that later today, because I've got Mark Hutchison coming in a little bit. We're going to take a break. I don't know if they told you that. We'll take a break. We take a break every little bit. Just, so if you're like on the verge of to pee or not to pee, just hang in there. That was on accident. now I realize, yeah, Chavis got it before I did. I was like, oh yeah, that was an accident. So just hang in there, because we're going to take a break, and then Hutch is gonna light you up on passion in selling, and then he's going to get into tactical how to find bad policies, because a lot of times you're doing the client a disservice when they're like, I'm already covered, and you're like, okay, gee, that lead sucked. We learned this too from some phone work that Omar put on the Discord. Don't call a lead a lead. Don't ever do that. Don't use customer. Don't use those salesy words. It just turns people off. Yeah. Oof. Yeah, don't. If it sounds like something a sales guy would say, don't say it. Does that make sense? Because you trigger people's sales response. Most of the time when you get hung up on, it's not the person. It's what you did. Does that make sense? It's kind of like, you ever got one of those friends that everybody they meet is crazy? Right? Or someone has been in 4 relationships and they all were with crazy people. It's like, either you are a bad picker or right? If one person calls you a horse, they're a liar. If 2 people call you a horse, there's a conspiracy. If 3 people call you a horse, it might be time to buy a saddle. You know what I'm saying? But Hutch is going to light you up on how to find those bad policies and exactly what to say to get rid of them, because you've got to get rid of those bad policies. I mean, he's going to explain why AARP is garbage. Oh, we're broadcasting this, but it's just private, so I don't care, right? I don't care, right? So I have to sit through these compliance calls. The integrity compliance people, they probably have a file on me. But I have to think about this stuff more. See, like, I grew up in the 90s when everything was allegedly, right? I kind of like that time. I would like to go back to that time. Now everything's documented. It's like, that's definitely me on the video saying that. Yeah. Yeah. We won't do. I will say something different next time, or at least I'll try. So he'll show you why, like, Colonial Penn, that that is garbage, the stuff they're seeing on TV. So he's going to show you why and what to do, and ask him as many questions as you can. He can take his 10, 15 years of selling our products knowledge and give it to you in real bite-sized pieces. So that's why I say I'm not going to run super long on this. So I may come back and do some of this later with you, because while we've got him, I want you guys to just squeeze everything you can out of him. All right, so let's get into it. This is number one in selling: prepare and protect your heart. One of the ways I prepare my heart when I'm selling is to get my mind wrapped around what would have happened if we would have lost one of my parents. If you lost one of your parents, you know what it feels like. So I can't say I know what that feels like, but I can think through that. So if you haven't lost a parent, or if you didn't lose a parent as a child, then congratulations, that's awesome. But get your mind wrapped around how different your life would have been. My life would have been dramatically different. I had two parents that both worked full-time jobs, and my dad always did side work on the weekends, and they barely kept everything paid. We were still on free lunch at school, right? And my free lunch alumni in the house. Anybody says there's no such thing as a free lunch? Well, they must have been upper middle class. We were on free lunch. So if we'd have lost one of my parents, we would have lost everything. That's what would have happened. I would have grown up with my three siblings and my remaining parent in the second bedroom of my grandmother's apartment. And I miss my grandma. My grandma was a lovely person, but I mean, eccentric does not begin to describe her time on earth. I mean, it was always interesting with Laverne. She had her apartment, and you know how if you have too much of one item, like the government starts keeping an eye on you? If you don't, buy a lot of one item and see what happens. So that's exactly how many ficus trees she had in her apartment. Whatever that number, the tipping point is. I would have grown up in there. My whole life would have been different. I probably wouldn't have met Holly. I definitely wouldn't have met both Hollies. It is crazy. Like, my life is very, very interesting. Like, I know nobody else named Holly other than my Holly and Omar's Holly. I have two very close friends that are both named Jamin. How many people are named Jamin out there? It's just funny how my life is like that. But I never would have met either Holly. My life would have been totally different. I wouldn't have Chandler. I wouldn't have Tinsley. And some of you guys that are directing the base shop, Chandler is my son. He doesn't like telling people that because he wants to trade on his own name. He wants to build his own reputation, which I get. But he's a brilliant, brilliant kid. But his mom has a lot to do with that. But what was I saying? Shoot. Oh, my life would have just been totally different. Totally different. My remaining parent would have been absolutely miserable because they would have had to work a second job. Right? So I get my mind there before I start selling. So I'm selling from the right space. When you're selling from I need to make a sales space, where you're selling from I need this commission space, you are going to struggle. People smell that a mile away. I was talking about that yesterday at the axe throwing. People smell fake today like never before. And that's why I love these super salesy guys. I'll meet them all the time, and it's just like, dude, I mean, you don't live the stereotype, bro. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, you're hurting the brand, right? Actually, no, keep being you, because it's easy to replace the policies you right now. Never mind, that's not nice. So put yourself on the other side of tragedy to get your mind right. And again, if you lost a parent growing up, you will be one of the most powerful salespeople because you have a very organic and powerful story to tell and a very organic and powerful place to come from, all right? Now, the second thing is all about music. I'm a big music guy, and I love it when I talk about music because inevitably, two things happen at big events when I talk about, because I talk about it all the time, because I'm big on music. You need to have a song that triggers you for your, now we're in this mode, right? The song that they play at conventions when I go out to speak, Shipping Up to Boston by the Dropkick Murphys, that's the song I literally listen to every time I'm about to do something important. It just puts me in that space. I also think you need to have a lockdown song when you have a victory, right? Because it's important to lock victories down. You don't have to use my songs, you should get your own, but like Weezer, Can't Knock the Hustle. Anytime I make a big sale or get a big recruiter, I'm right there, Root. Anytime I do a hotspot, Anytime I get into coaching mode, like Pearl Jam, The Fixer, like gets my mind in that mode. When I'm in a snide, I love Today by the Smashing Pumpkins. The lyric and everything is just so positive. And so it's got to be positive though, right? I'll come back to that in a minute. But inevitably when I talk about listening to music while selling, at an event, somebody comes up and I don't know why they have to find me. Like, it's Holly struggles to find me at events and these people always find me. And they'll be like, well, I only listen to audiobooks. And I'm like, nerd, right? But I don't say that out loud because the gatekeeper's there and he's like, be nice. Here's what you're going to say. I appreciate your perspective. I'm glad that works for you. I had a guy when I talked about this in Dallas come up to me and he said, I'm an experienced salesperson. I was like, oh, this is going to be rich. It's like if you have to say I'm an experienced salesperson, you're probably not. It's like saying, hey, guys, I'm really cool, right? It's like, if you have to say it, you're probably not it. He's like, I'm an experienced salesperson, and what you're saying about introducing music into the sales environment is not correct. I'm like, oh, cool. Again, the gatekeeper's watching, so, instead of like saying like, oh, you're so cute, you got experience, you want to share your journey with me, you're smarter than me, right? I'm like, it's sad to have experience and no results. Like, that means you just stayed alive. Like, good job, right? Like, don't be experienced with no results. So I was like, man, that's great feedback. Again, I appreciate all feedback, and I will take that under serious consideration before I speak again. The gatekeeper's good. If you ever hear me say something sideways to somebody, just know the gatekeeper was like having a smoke or something. Like he was not where he's supposed to be. And then the last thing, limit calls and texts you'll take. Limit calls and texts you'll take. If I don't know for sure that you're going to feed positivity into what I'm doing, if I'm in the middle of money making, I will not talk to you. I will not. And you say, that's not kind, Stephen. You need to love all mankind. I love all mankind in the way that I'm supposed to love all mankind. I don't talk to all mankind. Does that make sense? Especially when I'm doing something important. So let's say you're having cardiovascular surgery. Do you want the doctor to take any calls? No. Jeremico Edwards has been one of the top salespeople with us for the last 10, 15 years, whatever he's been here. His life changed in sales when he stopped taking calls. Because I found out what the problem was. He's taking calls. And I was like, Jeremico, let me ask you this. When you were working at the factory, did you take calls when you were on the line? He's like, no. I was like, so they didn't be like, Jeremico, it's your mom again. No, it's the left foot this time. You're like, no. So why are you taking calls where you're supposed to be working? Trust me, if the world ends, I have plenty of relatives that will be happy to forward me stuff, and I'll just get it out to everybody. But in the meantime, just don't take calls or texts from people that you're not sure of. Oh, crap. Can we go backwards? How do we go backwards? I'm only going more forwards. That's making it worse. Maybe if we go forwards enough in the future, we can go back in time.
It doesn't work like that.
No, it's like losing money. You can't make it up in volume.
Is that good?
That's blank.
Click on it.
Okay, we're back in time enough that I can get to the point in the timeline I wanted to get to, so long as I don't get too click happy. Oh, this is important. This is what I'm talking about activity. Jam your schedule full. You want to be so busy that there's no time for the negativity to creep in. Here's the way our brains work as human beings. And the stuff, trust me, like I'm the weirdo on the beach drinking a margarita reading a psychology book. Like I'm like obsessed about that stuff. So the stuff I'm talking about, are all these not unwrapped? So I'll just use one of these instead. This stuff, like when I talk about this stuff, like it's not like debatable. It's like gravity. If you step off this building, you're not going sideways. You are going to go straight down. So the stuff I'm talking about, when I talk about psychology, just know I read like an insane person. And this stuff is just, it is what it is. Love it or hate it, leave it, take it, whatever. So when you're working and you're like super busy, and then you have a pause, and then you're super busy, here's what goes into this. That's what goes into that. That's why like the line waiting for the roller coaster is always worse than the roller coaster, right? Because you have time to think about it, right? If you just utilize 1, 2, 3, go with anything that you're scared of, it's a lot easier to do it. But don't let those gaps happen. Cram it full. Here's the other thing. When you have a crammed full schedule, you won't talk to people that are not worth talking to. I'm sorry, not worth talking to, and that they won't add to your life. We still love them like we're supposed to love all mankind, but we're not going to talk to them for long because they're just a waste of time, right? I could take you to an apartment on Ross. I don't even know if it's there. On Ross Cragen Road. I think it's probably still there. Those condos on the left, condos or apartments, something like that. But I'm sitting at this table, and the husband is just a total jerk. And I'm looking at the wife, I'm watching her body language, and she's got that defeated body language of here he goes again, right? And so I was like, ma'am, I don't even address him. I'm like, ma'am, I apologize. I'm gonna have to pack up and leave because I'm a professional. I need to be treated as a professional, and that's clearly not happening. So I'm gonna pack up. I apologize. I won't be able to help you and the kids this evening. Yeah, because I'm either gonna have fun or I'm gonna win, but I'm not gonna lose. Does that make sense? So if it's gonna be a loss, it's gonna be fun or funny. But I'm not gonna lose. I'm not gonna lose. I'm like, because here's the problem: if I stay in there, it's just gonna beat me up. And then guess what? I get to my next appointment, and I'm so beat down that people are like, "Yeah, we'd like to buy this," and I'm like, "Well, we tried." You know, like you know what I'm saying, like I'm just beat down. So I'm like getting ready to leave, and she's like, she finally gets like a bone of courage in her body. I was like, you know, starting to see like something cool happening, and she's like, "No, you stay." And she turns to him and she says, "You shut up. You're not doing this again. You are getting life insurance for me and the kids." Yeah, I'm like, how much repentance you want to buy, sir? You want to get the checkbook? You want me to get the checkbook? How you want to do this? Because you are buying a policy. Yeah, it's like it's over $100 a month. But here's the point. If I didn't have a busy schedule, I would have been tempted to stay. I was already 45 minutes late for my next appointment. Does that make sense? So don't have a loose schedule. All right, this is big. Power of ritual. Ritual negates unproductive nervous energy. And I say unproductive nervous energy for a very specific reason. Nervous energy is good. Nervous energy is good. Here's what happens in your body, inside your body when you're nervous. Your body starts operating in a way that you will perform at a higher level when you're nervous. It's just the unproductive nervous energy that you have to negate. So we do this through ritual. Ritual keeps, and all top performers do this in any profession. The illustration I always use is the field goal kicker in the NFL. They don't. It's not like they don't know how to get from there to there. They can just walk a straight line, but they're in their ritual. They're in their whole way of doing things for a reason. That's got to be the most nerve-wracking thing to do. You think trying to close a sale on the phone is hard? Try to kick a ball in front of 60,000 people, right? Or 100,000 people, or whatever. That is nerve-wracking. That's why they use ritual. All top people do that. So when I'm selling, I do everything the exact same. Here's the problem with randomness. When you introduce randomness, you invite randomness. And you'll see it when you listen to your own phone work. You'll be like, why the heck did I say that? That was stupid. By the way, I have recorded myself on the phone more times than you can imagine, and I have sent 0 of them ever for coaching. Now, I'm not telling you to not send yours. Send yours. We want to coach you. You know the reason why? I didn't want to send them to Andy. I wanted to fix it first. I'm not sending that one. That was some hot garbage. That's embarrassing. He's like a weirdo, right? Why'd you say that? That's the problem with randomness. You invite randomness. When I do everything the exact same way, the same time, like you can ask Holly, if I'm selling or if I'm recruiting, it's not hard to figure out what part of the conversation I'm in. It's not hard to figure it out because I do everything the same exact way. And you say, well, what if the person tries to take it on a different path? It's my path. I'm in charge. We're going down my path, not your path. You say, but what if who cares? Who cares, right? Here's what I love about this business. You can buy skill through volume. One of our new directs that him and his wife were here last night yesterday at the axe throwing. They had a family emergency. They had to leave. He was going, I was way before this thinking I needed to do a little bit of leads at a time. Now I'm thinking I need to take what I got and was going to spread out and cram it over just a short period of time. Like, yes, buy reps, buy as many reps as you can. But when you use ritual, you negate all the negative nervous energy. You keep yourself from being weird. Do things the same exact way every single time. When I was in the field, going into homes, I did the same every time, same way. Even the way I would wave with a hand, put a backpack on my shoulder, put a breath mint strip or breath strip on my tongue, everything exactly the same way. Playlist, exactly the same way, every single time. Every single time. Oh, I forgot to talk about this on music. It's got to be positive music, like the rhythm and the words. The reason I say this, an agent picked me up at the airport that I've been coaching, and he liked my music idea. He also liked audiobooks. And so I get in the car, and he's got a John Maxwell audiobook going. You know, it's like, every day I read, every day I write, every day I file, right? And it's like John Maxwell, just perfect, right? And then that ends, and then it's like, I was like, whoa. Manic depressive much? Yeah, it turns out he was emotionally unstable. I can't figure it out. So I did want to put that pin in it. Make sure the words are positive and the music is positive. Be very careful about that. Like, don't listen to the radio at random, because then you don't know what you, again, if you invite randomness, you invite randomness. So don't invite randomness. This is big. Oh yeah, and definitely don't listen to talk radio. Dear Lord. I was coaching this guy, and he could book appointments like nobody's business, and they would be there like nobody's business. But he couldn't close he couldn't close a door. Like, he couldn't close anybody. And I'm like, what is, like, you're doing the hardest two things right? Because if you get in enough homes, you can live on laydowns till you get good, right? You can absolutely live on laydowns till you get good. But so you're doing the two hardest things correctly. Well, here's what he did. On the road, he's listening to angry political talk radio. So guess what mode he's in? Guess what energy he's putting off in these homes? Just angry. You can't put anger in your ears and not have it come out of you. That's just how it is, right? It's like, if you listen to music that debases women, your view of women will change. You're not better than the rest of us, right? If you can't put something in and not have it come out. That's impossible. So don't listen to angry political talk radio, and don't listen to death metal, because what he was doing was like trying to drink Diet Coke and eat 2 pounds of ribs and think it's going to settle. It's, like one negates the other. It's like, I was just like, wow, we went from John Maxwell to, like, I don't know what we're sacrificing, but I'm sure it's something, right? I don't understand what he's saying, but it sounds pretty, yeah. All right, this is big. You're in charge, be in charge. You're in charge, be in charge. Be in charge. That's what I was saying. When people try and take me down a path I don't want to go, I don't want to go down the path because I'm in charge. How do you know you're in charge, Stephen? Because I'm in charge. I told myself I'm in charge. I'm telling you, you're in charge, so be in charge. Don't let people take you on these tangents and down these paths. Listen for a little bit, but get back in charge. I always compare it to a doctor, right? Like if, so the doctor I like the most over my time has been Dr. Snyder. No, not Dr. Snyder. Dr. You know what I'm talking about. The one that changed practices, so I'm going to switch to that one. Sander, right. I always think Schneider, but it's Sander. I like him because he's a little sarcastic, but he's still very professional, right? Like, I found out we were the same age, which is like a thing you go through, and like, you're going to learn this, and you go through life, like, initially all the athletes are older than you, and then you become older than the athletes. And then there's like a worse day when you find out you're the same age as your doctor. And you're like, guess we're here now, right? So I'm like, man, you're so young. How'd you became a doctor? That's awesome. And he's like, some people our age are even astronauts. And I'm like, that's well said. But like when I walk in, he doesn't slap me on the butt like, hey, wild man, how the heck you been? Right? Would you take medical advice from that guy? No, absolutely not. Why? Because it just makes sense. What you want is professional friction. I get these folks all the time. They'll be like, I'll be like, how'd the appointment go? It went great. And I'm like, that clearly a sale was not made, right? If the appointment went great, you didn't make a sale. So just know we know that ahead of time. It went great. They loved me. Oh God, now we're really getting towards no sale happened. I was there for 2 hours. Oh dear God. I had dinner with them. Oh dear. Let me guess. The third Tuesday of the 5th week of February, they're going to get this policy in place, right? Is that where we ended up at, right? They lost their professional friction. Does that make sense? So you're in charge, be in charge. We're going to sit where I want to sit. If I'm in the home, we're going to the kitchen table. Well, just do it here on the couch. I really can't. I'm required to do it at a kitchen table. If you just say that, like the word because is such an amazing manipulatorship word that if you just say because, most people don't question what comes next. When I was selling in homes, like and if you smoke, that's cool, you do you, but the smell, like I just, it makes my brain a little crazy. So people are like, do you mind if I smoke? I would be like, no, I can't, because my wife has asthma. And nobody questions that. And it's cool, oh, my bad, no problem. It's like, because it's so powerful. Like, I like to play with it. I like to just try it next time. Like, no, because Mercury's in retrograde. So, right? And it just like, can we do it at the couch? No, because I'm required to do it at a table. So where's your kitchen table? It's a mess. No problem. Most people's are. Which way is it? It's over here? It's over here? Okay, back through here? All right, let's go. Like, just be in charge. Be in charge. Here's the problem, and I think this is the next slide. Yeah, be friendly and warm, but professional friction's got to be there. There's a reason you're there. There's a reason you're there. Be about the reason, whether it's on the phone or in the home. Be there about the reason. Be there about the reason. And don't be ashamed or embarrassed to be there about the reason. This is what I'm here for. So that's cool. Let's move to this. Don't be afraid to redirect. Here's the other thing you can do. That's all, dude, I could talk about that all day. Unfortunately, they keep my schedule jammed full. Move to the left. Slide to the left. Oh. Takes a lot of work to keep me going. You know what I'm saying? Being Steven's a lot of work. What was I saying?
So pretty much you don't want to like agree with everything they say, or just do everything they say.
Oh, I agree with everything. I am a blank canvas, brother, which is a good point you bring up. Don't be opinionated. Which by the way, always confuses me when, like, after I do a presentation at an event and somebody will come up with opinions at me. I'm like, it's weird that you're broke and opinionated. Like, that just, it's confusing to me that your life isn't working out, but you think you're right about all these things. I'm vexed. Like when Brian Adams, the CEO of Integrity, says, Steven, here's what this is. I'm like, that's 100% what that is. Why? Brian Adams has a Gulf Stream. Oh, I don't. Well, okay. He doesn't like us talking about him. He's very like he's just But he's a powerful dude. So if he says something, even if my whole life I felt the other way, I all of a sudden feel the way he feels about it. Why? Because he's at a way higher level of understanding of this business. Does that make sense? Like if Brian Adams called me today and was like, "Hey, Steven, I saw your presentation where you talk about music in the field. You need to nix that. That's a bad idea." You would hear me go, guys, the most important thing when you're selling is to never introduce music into your. I don't disagree with people that have accomplished so much more. Does that make sense? It's like when I worked construction for 3 weeks out of high school. That was confusing. I was like, y'all do this every day? Like, why you guys start so early? Like, I mean, it's dark on the job site. Why are we starting out? Like, let's start at 10, right? I'll stay a little later, like, but why? It was always confusing to me, like, why do we start so early with construction? Not my gig, and it was also very dirty and pokey and hurty, and I was just like, this is not me. But the two foremen on the job site both had, seen 3 marriages through beginning to end, and they're giving each other marital advice, and I was just going, that's vexing, right? He's like, what you got to do, man? And I'm like, that's weird. Like, I mean, I know you have more marriage experience because you've seen 3 through beginning to end. So you've seen a lot, but I don't think it's good experience. Does that make sense? So what was I saying? How did I get there? Oh, when people disagree, be warm and friendly. Don't lose that professional friction. Huh?
Don't be opinionated.
Don't be, oh yeah, because your question. Yeah, so when people come in, when people are like, yeah, man, it's a good time we finally got rid of Biden. I'm like, yeah, a lot of stuff's happening, that is for sure. Or they're like, oh man, oh man, I can't believe we lost Biden. I'm like, yeah, man, a lot of stuff's happening. Does that make sense? Like, I was coaching an agent one time, and I was trying to figure out what he was doing. He was another one that was just blowing it in the house, like just like, what is he doing? And so, come to find out, the first thing he said in every appointment was like, the first thing I always tell him is, I tell him I've accepted the Lord Jesus Christ as my Savior, and they need to do the same. And I was like, yeah, no, don't say that at the beginning of the appointment. I mean, I feel like if you did that at the Pope's house to sell him a policy, he'd be like, whoa, wait, I'd leave work at work, fella. Like, let's talk about life insurance, you know? So be a blank slate, don't have opinions. So if they love their NASCAR collector plate collection, I love it too, right? But I won't spend forever with it.
Sure, I guess I'm just trying to get the distinction of the professional friction, because you were saying now, if they want to sit at the couch, well, no, make them sit at the table.
Mhm.
So I guess I was just saying, so technically you don't agree with like everything they say as far as, I don't know, so you're trying to create some professional friction?
No, I carry it with me into the house, carry it with me on the phone. So what you just said is professional friction. We're not doing it on the couch. We're doing it at the table, right? I agree with stuff so long as it doesn't interfere with the way I'm going to do things. Does that make sense? Just like if you went to the doctor's office and they called you and you said, nah, bring him out here to the lobby. I don't feel like going back there. I'm good out here, right? That interferes with the way they're going to do things, so they don't agree to that. Does that make sense? So that's kind of the line. If it's going to mess with my method, I'm not doing it. And I said, well, what if that kills the sale? I don't care. I'm not going to change the way I do things. Because if I start changing the way I do things, I'm inviting randomness. And what happens when you invite randomness? You invite randomness.
But if they love teeny tiny dogs, then they're the cutest things ever.
Yeah, totally. Love them. Couldn't love teeny tiny dogs more. Burrs can come from a very genuine place with that. I love teeny tiny dogs in the ways that we're supposed to love all creation. I love teeny tiny dogs. I'm not, and it's funny. When people disagree on stuff that this is like a basic people skill. Like, you ever had that group that, like, they're talking about how much we all love this restaurant, right? Oh yeah, I love the Olive Garden. Me too. What's your favorite part about Olive Garden? I love the breadsticks. Oh, that's my second favorite part. I love the salad, right? Like, if people, and then you have someone go, oh, I don't like Olive Garden. I hate Olive Garden. It's like, why? I mean, clearly you have no friends. Like, why are you making it worse, right? It's like when dumb people are also arrogant. It's like, bro, we'll work with you on the dumb. I mean, we will play along, but God, don't be arrogant. You know, I just can't work with both. All right. Here's exactly what I'm talking about. They're comfortable, I'm in charge. Does that make sense? They're comfortable, I'm in charge. Does that get to what you're asking about?
Yeah, that makes sense.
Okay. And same way on the phone. When you're selling on the phone, you have to be even more in charge because it's easier for them to take you on a rabbit trail. Does that make sense? And again, just use because. Nobody argues with what comes next. Hey, Lord knows I can talk about that forever. But we got to get moving because they really keep me jammed up. So it's funny, I said that one time. And I was like, yeah, bosses can be the worst. And I was like, you don't even know. Because I agree, bosses can be the worst, right? Control the selling environment. Control the selling environment. If you're selling on the phone, control the environment where you're doing the sales. Omar, it's a rule. It's like gravity. Before we'll coach somebody that's selling on the phone, I want pictures of where they're going to sell and what it looks like. It happened today. 'Twas December the 7th. 10:18 a.m. It was decreed. Because if people that struggle selling, they sell in sloppy spots. It's one of the reasons I like to invite agents to pick me up at the airport last minute, because I want to catch them off guard. In the military, any military folks, what do they call that when it's an inspection but they didn't tell you about it? Do what?
Snap inspection.
Snap inspection. That's what we're going to call it. I love it. Snap inspection. I want snap inspection on their car. Why? Because if their car's a mess, their mind's a mess. Does that make sense? If their car's a mess, their mind is a mess. So same thing with your selling environment. It's got to be crisp. It's got to be clean. Craft your environment, positive stuff. I keep a picture of my kids that I absolutely love. Tinsley is about this tall, and Chandler's about this tall, maybe this tall, and they're sitting on a bench, and she's just looking up at him like, this is the coolest person I have ever seen in the history of ever. And Chan's smiling. It's an awesome picture. When I see it, when I'm selling it, it puts me in abundance, in a happy mode. Does that make sense? Positive messages, positive stuff, but not clutter. Very, very clean. And by the way, when you're selling on the phone, act like you're selling in person. Brush your teeth. Get your mind right. Wash your face. You know, I'll tell you all the stuff your mama should have told you. Do all that stuff that you would do if you're normally selling. And posture is so big. We had a guy on the dial jam, and this is how we do his dials on the dial jam. So this is the table. Oh, this is the table. Yes, this is so-and-so with the benefits center. Like, imagine struggling, right? Control the selling environment. In the home, control the selling environment. You're in charge, be in charge. Oh, crap, I did it again, Adam. All right, I can tell you what that said. Don't worry about it. So here's what's crazy. I can say Uber Eats, Uber Eats, Uber Eats, and you guys will all get reminders in a little bit on your phone. But I don't have a back button. Don't be so afraid of missing the sale that you miss the sale. Same thing with recruit. Don't be so afraid of missing the recruit that you miss the recruit. Believe in abundance. Believe in abundance. If you're worried about missing that sale, you are going to miss that sale. And I can always hear it in phone work. When it's unsaid, but I can feel it. I'm like, they're afraid of missing the sale right here. And it trails off. Don't be afraid of missing the sale. Go for the sale. What happens if you go for it and you miss? Okay, here's how life works. Here's how life works. Write this down. You don't have any of the things you currently don't have. Right? You don't have any of the things you don't currently have. So why would we be worried about getting to clarity? Like before I was dating Holly, I was not dating Holly. So I had zero worry if Holly didn't want to date Steven because I wasn't going to lose anything because I wasn't already dating Holly. You don't have what you don't already have. So don't worry about it. Don't worry about missing the sale because you'll miss the sale, I promise you. I promise you. Here's the other thing too. When you let them dominate, there's a very unspoken thing that happens. Here's what it is. If they're going to buy life insurance from you, they want to know you're strong enough to get the job done. And they may not even be putting that together in their head. They may not even be aware that they're aware of that, but they're aware of that. Does that make sense? All right. 3 C's to connect. I'm always checking these boxes. Once I check these boxes, it is go time. We are done with small talk. The first C is commonality. You got to find something in common with them. And it doesn't have to be much. Here's what's crazy. We've all seen this before. We've all seen this before. You've been out of the country, right? You're out of the country and you meet other Americans. Anybody ever done that before? Yeah. How do you instantly feel when you meet other Americans out of the country? Yeah. Next thing you know, you're having drinks with these people. You don't know who they are. They could be serial killers, body shopping in a different country. Like, you know, hey, we should meet that person. I'd like to murder them. Yeah, let's. Very rare. They're normally a loner, which is always confusing to me when I get people to try. We're talking about recruiting in the afternoon, and I'm like, recruit from your network, and people are like, I don't really know anybody. It's like, you know who also doesn't know anybody? Serial killers. That's what the neighbors always say. He was kind of a loner. But you know what I'm saying? Like just a weird, small commonality. All of a sudden, we're friends with these people. All of a sudden, you trust. That's how we work as human beings. It doesn't have to be crazy. Just find something in common. I'm not exactly sure when my sister's birthday is, so please don't tell me, because then I have plausible deniability in anything I say on the phone. But like, oh, your birthday's May 30th. My sister's birthday's May 30th. And again, I don't actually know my sister's birthday, so I have plausible deniability, and I could be right. There's a 1 in 365 chance that I'm right. So just find some kind of commonality. It doesn't have to be crazy, because commonalities create trust and openness. Here's the second thing, compliment. You've got to find something you can sincerely compliment them on. Sincere compliment. If it's a married couple, I'm asking about marriage. That's easy. How long y'all been married? 2 years, 20 years, 52 years. That's awesome. Congratulations. Congratulations. That's, you know, it's crazy. Most folks don't make it that long these days. It's like, yeah, no, they don't, man. So give me one tip before we get going on this, on the what we're here about. Just one tip. Oh, you got to be forgiven. That's a good one. That is a good one. That is so good. Awesome. Well, congratulations. That's very commendable. Just find something to commend them on. The shortest distance between two people is a sincere compliment. And we've all been in that spot before where you were just furious with somebody, like good and mad, right? I always love when people say, I was talking to an agent that had an interaction with one of my staff members, and she said, I cussed him out good. And I was like, that is a confusing choice of words. Cussed him out good. Oh, did you get an award for that? Like, we'll print off a certificate. Number 1 in cussing. No, but you've been good and mad. You know what I'm saying? Like, you're irritated at someone. They don't know you're irritated at them. And then they say something nice to you, and then all of a sudden all of it melts away. That's just how it works. It's just how it works. So commonality, compliment, and then you got to find something to share a laugh. Once you share a laugh, it changes things. Why do you think that I lead with a joke whenever I do a presentation? It gets everybody on my side, right? It's not just like I couldn't think of anything else, right? I do it on purpose because it gets everybody on my side. It gets everybody listening to me. It gets everybody to like me. And if you like me, you'll listen to me, right? I don't need you to like me and not like, oh, please like me. But I need you to like me if you're going to listen to me. Make sense? So lead with a joke. These same things will work in any environment in which you're trying to connect with someone. Any environment. This is big. Once you have commonality, don't separate yourselves verbally. I hear that. That's a mistake I hear in phone work a lot. They connected and then they started pulling apart with their vocabulary. It's us and we from then on. Us and we, us and we, us and we, us and we. People like you and I. That's the only time you're allowed to use you and I. People like you and I. Oh man, people like people that are like them. If you don't believe that, then you must not be on Facebook. You know, everybody has their favorite echo chambers on Facebook they like to go to. That's because they only like people like them. That's how we all operate. People like them. So I try to make us, as different as we might be, on the same page. We're the same person, you and I. People like you and I. Especially when we're talking about big words like loyalty and love and trust. People like you and I. We need more people like you and I. Or when they're like talking about their kid, how well their kid's doing, it's like, you raised a functional adult in the United States of America. Congratulations. That is awesome. We need a lot more people like your kids. We need a lot more people in this world. We need more functional adults. Good job. Compliment. Oops. Did I press play again? Oh. Are you inventing like a back button? That would be awesome. This is big. Did they walk you to your car if you're in the home? Did they hug you? On the phone, it's did they express sincere appreciation afterwards? Like warm, real appreciation, like, man, I can't thank you enough for helping us take care of this. If you're good on the phone, you can almost hear them tear up a little bit at the end because they're going to feel relief. They're going to feel relief. All right. We start thinking in logic, we move to emotion, and that's when the trigger happens. Everybody that makes a big decision, it's all based on emotion. It's all based on emotion. You'll see someone all of a sudden get in shape. Just know there was an emotion that triggered that. There's been plenty of logic for plenty of years for them to change that. Something happened. Something, they had a scare, or they saw a picture from the beach or something and they went, an emotion triggers that change. That's what happens. Logic doesn't sell homes either. Emotions sell homes. Same thing with what we do. I would say even more so with what we do because what you're selling them is not a tangible product. I mean, they get a policy, but it's not like something that they can, you know what I'm saying? So here's where they start, thinking in streams of words. What I've got to get them to do is think in movies. When I talk a little bit about the stories, that's how you get people thinking in movies. Once you get someone thinking in movies, they're starting to process emotionally. Once they're processing emotionally, now we're in a buying state. One of the other mistakes I see people make is they start going for the sale while the arrow's still here or here. You've got to tip it to the emotion side. Now, here's what I'll tell you. Once it tips, it's go time. Because if you go too far down the emotional rabbit hole, first of all, that's abusive. Second of all, you're not going to make a sale because they'll be paralyzed. The key is, and here's what you want to figure out, and listen to your own phone work and you'll start hearing it too. It's a click. Okay, it just clicked on their end. This is an emotional thing. They're thinking in pictures. Now they're thinking of movies. Now it's go time. Does that make sense? This is a big, big, big thing on selling. If you listen to the tape of a sale, or what's the person that types in the stuff at court? Stenographer. If you had a stenographer with someone selling in the home that was a high performer and someone that was a low performers always use way more words. Way more words. They fill the space with words. And here's why. They're letting not helpful emotional energy take over in them. When we get emotional, we just start spraying words. Way less words. And even the way you describe things, I always tell people, don't use our words, use their words, right? Don't talk about writers. Well, it has an interesting writer that I would like to explain how this writer works to you. And they're thinking writer, like, I don't know, midnight rider, like what are they thinking? Like night rider, like bicycle rider, like, you know what I'm saying? Like just use their words. This is a benefit that allows for this, that would take care of you under these circumstances, right? And it's funny, like I can always tell who's going to be good carrier reps and who's not by the way they talk about their products. When they get super insurancy, I'm like, they're going to struggle talking to the field crews. But the ones that have come from the field, most of the time, they're very good at just talking about a product the way that we want to talk about a product. So then we can't talk about it that way, though. We've got to go a third direction when we talk to the client. Use their words, not our words. So what words am I using? Could I use less words, right? A masterpiece is not a masterpiece until you've removed every single possible word from it. There's a reason like great poems don't have a lot of, well, the thing about, right? Right? Like great poetry doesn't have, well, there's a lot of ways to look at this. One thing we could think about, like there's, you know what I'm saying? Like a masterpiece. Like Martin Luther King didn't say, hey, there's a lot of stuff to think about, and here's some things that I've been thinking about lately, some things I've been feeling lately. And what did he say? What do we all remember, right? Abraham Lincoln. Like, it's crazy. If you look at like the most impactful speeches in history, they're all way shorter than you think they are. Crazy thing, if you look at the I Have a Dream speech, he was like in the middle of the day. There was a ton of other people that spoke that day. But you only remember his speech because of how simple and clear it was, right? Clarity is so, so, so powerful. Too many words, they just lose them. So always think back. Like, it definitely send us your phone work. We want to listen to it, but also listen to your own phone work. Listen to your own phone work, and go, how could I describe that with less words? Did I use our word or their word, right? How can I use less words? I want to use less words to describe this. Oh, by the way, Tia asked me, so she's talking about the landing page for this and my slides, and I was like, that's Adam in my office. And I was like, so can I do my own slides instead of using the background that everybody's supposed to use? I haven't got to a yes yet, but I'm going to get a yes. I've never lost. I ran out of time a couple of times, but I have never lost. Word count, less is more. Less words. This is big. Use words people want to be known as and link them to actions you need to take. One of the things I'm going to talk about in my persuasion talk at National Convention is the 5 basics of persuasion. And it's using some stuff from like some Stoics that like argued about how to argue, right? So that's where it's coming from, those 5 things. I mean, that's like, what a great profession. I would have been a great Stoic, I think, like that you just got to argue all day. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like that sounds like so much fun, right? You get to wear the robe and everything, and you don't have to have a job. Like, I would have killed it in ancient Greece. Here's the point: link them to actions you need to take. I'm only using a word because I want something to happen. Does that make sense? And that's the first of the 5 basics of a solid argument: is have a plan. Most people don't have a plan when they start an interaction. They know what they want, but they don't have a plan. So I'm very purpose. If you hear me use a word when I'm selling or recruiting, I promise you it's on purpose, and I promise you it's got something to come. Like, I'm linking it to something, right? So, loyalty. When they say, I want to get something in place in case something was to happen. First of all, I'm going to dig deeper. Most of the time, that's where most agents stop. In case something was to happen. What you mean in case? Are you an immortal? Like, what are you talking about in case? What's this in case? So I'll dig deeper. And then when we get to the heart of, yes, when I die, I want to make sure she has nothing to worry about. I'll go, man, I respect that. I respect the heck out of that. It's the highest mark of loyalty to make sure she's taken care of when you're gone, right? I'm using respect and loyalty. And what are those words linked to? Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Does that make sense? So that's how, like, if you listen, like if you look at my words when I'm selling, if you take away all the connection stuff, once we're into that mode, it is all loyalty, trust, honor, respect. I mean, I use those words like crazy. And because why? People that are that buy policies. As human beings, once we identify as something, we have a heavy psychological burden to act in accordance with that. That's why once you become something, like once you're an Apple person, you're an Apple person. Well, some of us like to green up the group chat. So I'm going to talk about, so at National Convention, I'm going to talk about, I just want to tell you, because I'm actually going to use one of the fascination triggers when I introduce the fascination triggers, and then I want to see who figures it out. It's kind of like when I give that feedback, and I'm, and people give me the feedback, and I say that's a very good thought. Thank you. I'll think on that, because I want them to walk away going, why was he struggling with thought and think, like, of all the words, right? I don't know. I think it's fun. But I'm going to use one of the triggers and talk about Apple products and how Apple uses that trigger to fascinate. Why people will stand in line for Apple products. It's something Steve Jobs did a long time ago, where he used one of the fascination triggers to get people fascinated with Apple products. And then when you start buying all your movies on Apple, then you're just kind of, that's who you are now. But it's funny, once you identify as an Apple person, you're like, we're Apple people in this house. Like if Chan had brought a girl home that was like a Droid person, I'd be like, son, we're Apple people in this home. Like, bring a Droid girl into my house, boy. But it's funny, Android people, that's almost like a cult once you join that. Like, because you've got 18 reasons you want to give me right away as to why Droid is better. But none of it really matters. We all just make phone. Does it make sense? Once you identify with something, so I'm trying to get them to identify with being a loyal person, with being a man of honor, a woman of honor, right? Legacy. If I'm talking to a grandparent, oh man, I respect the heck out of that. Leaving a legacy, and a legacy doesn't include children having to fight over who's paying for what. Not being one of those people that forces their children to go beg for money on GoFundMe.com. Man, I respect that you want to leave a legacy. Does it make sense? If you want to leave a legacy, what do? Buy a policy. If I'm selling index products, once they grab the concept, I'm like, yeah, see, smart people love index products. Savvy people, they get it. They get that if you never lose, your floor is always higher. Yeah, no, you get it. Does that answer your question? Good, okay. In case you haven't noticed, I tend to give an answer to a question, and then usually sometimes there's 3 answers, but this is big. Let silence do the heavy lifting. This is an incredible negotiation tactic. Most people can't take it. If you're just quiet, they'll just say something dumb. I use this when I'm playing Monopoly, which I've never lost at, by the way. I ran out of time and money at 2 o'clock in the morning at the beach one time, but I have never lost. If someone wants to make a trade, I'll sit there for 20 minutes. And they'll always throw in another property. They'll be like, and you can have Baltic and Mediterranean. Okay. You just got. So I like telling people what I do and then still winning. Like, Like at the beach, I'll do this presentation for the family, and then I'll still beat them at Monopoly. So here's the other thing with silence. It lets stuff sink in. You would be shocked how long I pause after they say, well, yeah, no. I mean, if I pass tomorrow, there is nothing to pay for the funeral. You'll be shocked how long I'll be silent after that. Why? Because they need to hear what they said, right? And this is the whole thing behind use silence to do the heavy lifting. Here's why. Understanding occurs in the spaces between words. That's where understanding happens. That's why scoldy parenting doesn't work. Was anybody raised by a scoldy parent? Yeah, I mean, you did something wrong, they just kick in the door and they just blast you with words. While you're being berated, do you have a sudden change of heart? You go, well, you know, Dad is making some great points here. They're all at tremendous volume too. His volume is amazing. Yeah, that's another great point. He's dropping gems here. No, because you can't hear when someone's coming at you like that. Does that make sense? Like you ask my kids, I use silence to break them, especially when they were little. Because why? That works so much better than just blasting them with words. But by the way, also just parenting. I talk about parenting as much as I talk about in relationships as much as I talk about business, because as Omar told you, my goal is to get you to be a better person overall, because if you're a better person overall, you're a better person here too. Does that make sense? Plus, if you only teach people manipulation skills, they'll be bad people. If you teach them to be good people, then they'll be leadership skills. Want to keep you on the right side of the line there. But yeah, parenting, same thing with connection. If you don't connect with your kids, you can't convince your kids, right? Taking time to connect with your kids before you try to adjust the behavior versus just blasting them, which is what most parents do because that's what they saw growing up, and we are all, after all, repeaters until we get new information. All right. This is one of the most magical, convincing phrases of all time. Does that make sense? When you use does that make sense, you get people to do just about anything. I could be like, look, my neighbor's dog is driving me crazy. What say me and you break into their yard tonight and kill that thing? Does that make sense? And so most of you didn't realize you did it. You just nodded. It's so muscle memory. So does that make sense? Helps you. One of the things I talk about in that Miami Beach talk that I want you to watch is creating a cadence of agreement is so important. When you create a cadence of agreement, you arrive at agreement, right? That's why I don't disagree with anything. I don't necessarily agree with it, but they think I agreed with it. At least that's what I hope. But because if I disagree right off the bat, it's going to be hard for me to get them into a cadence of agreement later, right? So that's why I'm a blank canvas, because I want a cadence of agreement. Does that make sense? Is a great way to create a cadence of agreement. These are things that you want to master. Holly says, either I got to get you longer arms or you got to go to the eye doctor. Can't move my phone away. These are things that you want to master. There's a really good book on it I'll give you, The Way of the Wolf. It was written by Jordan Belfort. Has anybody read that book? Huh? I'm telling you. So I will tell you this. The first 30% is kind of a tough read because he is pretty convinced how awesome he still is. And he does like to talk about it a little bit. So just get through that. The back 70% of that, some of the best sales training you'll ever read. He talks a lot about these tonal and intonation changes. When you use these in an appointment, you will sell. I mean, this is when you get to elite selling. So you kind of think about it like this. Belle Krause's talk at National Convention. Belle Krause is one of the top producers in the whole country. She has had pay weeks. No, she has had pay days of over 100,000 deposited in her account in one day. She is elite salesperson. When she came here, she was a bad salesperson. She'll tell you that. Her talk at convention I'm so excited about is how to start as an agent and move to an elite agent. She's going to walk you through that whole journey. I'm so excited about that talk. And a lot of the stuff you're going to hear her say is probably stuff I taught her. So just put it in your notes that I said it. I always love it when I hear something in a talk. I'm like, ooh, I remember that from a talk I'm about to give in about 3 months. um, swipe and deploy everything. But when you start, that's why you need volume, because you can live on laydowns while you get good. Does that make sense? But what you want to get to is elite. This is elite salespeople stuff. When you are, I really care, when you can create that feeling through your tone changes and your intonation changes, that's an elite skill. That's an emotional skill. All right, we got a rock star in the house, so I'm gonna move through this. Scarcity. When you create scarcity, you create movement. Scarcity creates movement. When people, and that, by the way, one of the fascination triggers is alarm. That creates fascination inside of us people. That's scarcity. You're using the alarm fascination trigger. When they believe with their whole heart and soul that if they don't have something in place, that something bad is going to happen. When they believe that if I don't do this today, I may not qualify for it tomorrow because no one's promised tomorrow. That's you're using scarcity, and that creates a feeling of pull, right? The next one, absolute certainty. When something needs to be said that's important, say it with absolute certainty. Absolute certainty. Yes, if you don't die, your family will lose everything. They have to be absolutely certain about that. All objections, if you get a lot of objections, write this down. Just remember this. Objections are just smoke screens for uncertainty. If you're getting a lot of objections, they're just not, you're not creating enough certainty. All right? Reasonable man, implied obvious, I feel your pain. Processing. When they say something, let them know you're processing it. Okay. Okay. That makes sense. I see why you're concerned about that. All right, we'll get to more of this in the afternoon. Let's take a quick 10-minute. Let's see, we got time for a 14-minute break, or well, 13 minutes and change now. But we got Mr. Mark Hutchison coming up top in less than 13 minutes and change. So use the bathroom. Let's go. Let's get back in here. Let's be ready to roll. 11 o'clock. He's going to light it up. Rocking, let's get rolling. So I know I said 11 o'clock, but I want to get, if we can get an extra minute of Hutch's time while he's here, I want you to get that minute. So there's people you meet in this business that don't have the guts to ask for coaching, and then certainly don't have the guts to follow the coaching. I still remember clear as day where I was on the phone when I talked with Hutch, and he said, "I'm going to quit. This isn't working." And I said, "Well, you're not allowed to do that. So what you have to do is bring your activity book to my office, and we'll look at it, and then you can quit if you want." So we looked at his activity book, and I said, "Hutch, I love you, brother. Here's the problem. Your expectations are here. Your activity's here. So either you need to lower your expectations to meet your activity, or raise your activity to meet your expectations. Otherwise, you're just going to be frustrated." Now, I've had that conversation, I can't tell you how many times. It wasn't just like the heavens spoke unto thee the magic words to motivate Mark. And I can't tell you how many times I've had that conversation. Most people lower their expectations to their activity and give up. He did the opposite. He brought it on his activity, and the change was instant. And every time I hear him talk about policy reviews and how stuff works, I'm like, how in the heck did you know that? The people that he'll coach on that stuff, they are 5 years ahead of most average producers. So I say that to say the stuff you're about to get is going to be gold. He's going to talk to you about the passion with which he sells, and then he's going to give you a ton of tactical stuff. So take tons of notes. If you got a question, throw your hands up, but let's give him all the time. After he's done, we're going to lunch, okay? So he's the only thing standing between you and food. No, I'm kidding. But let's give him a warm welcome, my buddy, Mr. Mark Hutchison.
Thank you. What's up, Rogers? What's up, baby? Hey, what's up, brother? It's been what, how long have you been with us? 9 years? 9 years? 15? 15 years? When did you get licensed?
In 2009.
You've been in this business longer than I have. My man. I knew we had both been. I did not know that. It's good to see you, buddy. You still in Michigan, right? Yes. So you came the furthest to get here? Anybody come further than Michigan? Where'd you come from? Where'd y'all come? Michigan. Okay, so y'all came from Michigan as well. Awesome. Fantastic. I thought I came from a different state in South Carolina, about 45 minutes south of here. It's hard to believe, Stephen. This is the room where it all started. This is the room where it all started in 2011. August of 2011, I came up to this room because somebody told me, "Hey, you should check out the insurance business." I was a 26-year-old kid. I was doing blue-collar work. I had a bachelor's degree from a private institution. And I didn't mind blue-collar work. I didn't mind manual labor. At 26 years old, I had already had one lower back surgery under my belt, would have another one at age 30. My L4, L5 disc are completely gone. So it's not that I mind manual labor. I just knew my body was already failing manual laborly. And I knew that I couldn't do that for the rest of my life, right? Plus, there's not a ton of manual labor jobs where you can actually support a family and have the lifestyle that most people wish they could have. You know, it's not like, man, I want to travel the world. I'm going to go be an electrician so I can travel the world. That's not it, right? So I knew at 26 years old, there had to be something different. There just had to be something different. And I got to a point in my life where I was constantly, every single night, getting on my knees and just praying and begging God, what else is out there? I'm willing to work. Just show me something. Before I talked to God every night, I would talk to one of my older brothers, Timothy. And I think he just got tired of the fact that I was just calling and bitching about my situation in life almost every day and how there had to be something else out there. He's the one that told me I needed to check out insurance. It wasn't, I think, because he wanted me to be super successful. I think he just wanted those nightly phone calls and that moaning and complaining to stop. But fortunately, he gave me the recommendation, and 13 years ago, August of 2011, I came up into this very room. We were facing that way then. Came up into this very room and heard for the first time different people get up and talk about the success that they were having selling life insurance. At 26, I didn't know what life insurance was. I just thought it was something old people had to worry about. And so I came up and I just saw these people getting up. And let me tell you, as sure as I'm standing here, when I left this room, I had a lot of hope. I had hope that my life was about to change. And it wasn't because I was just, where has this wonderful world of life insurance been? It had nothing to do with that. It was because I saw people up here where I'm standing now, sharing their testimony, sharing their story, sharing their work successes with life insurance. And just looking at some of them, I was like, I have a chance. Thank God I have a chance. That mother joker's up there is doing that and making that kind of money. I have a chance. That lady's making sales. Holy crap, I'm about to get rich. And my whole point is just like I was given hope because I saw a business, I saw an opportunity that you didn't have to have a certain personality to make it work. You didn't have to figure it out on your own and build your wings on the way down and figure out how to fly. What I saw was a duplicatable system that if you were teachable and you had a good work ethic, you could go out and make a lot of money. And that's what I was like, that's what I need. I didn't know it was going to be in insurance. But I knew that I needed an opportunity, and here was my opportunity. That was 13 years ago. 13 years ago. Still licensed with NAA, still in this business, still making money, still traveling the world, still not being an electrician, able to do electrical stuff around the house. But I'm not kidding. I went from a 26-year-old kid with a busted back to having the success we've been able to have. And I can't imagine doing anything else differently. I kid you not. If I had my dream job playing Major League Baseball for the Atlanta Braves, I would still have a life insurance license on the side because you can't play baseball forever. You know what? But people are going to die forever. So you can make money forever selling life insurance. You can't play baseball forever, right? The business that we have is an opportunity to print money. You just have to be teachable and you have to have a good work ethic. And what Stephen said a little bit ago, I'll never forget, much like this morning, I drove up to meet with him on a December day. This is the God honest truth. Drove up on a December day to meet him because I had called him 2 weeks before Christmas and I said, Stephen, I just don't think this business is for me. I'm done. I got licensed in September and for 3 or 4 months I played life insurance salesman and I played it at the bare acceptable minimum. The wrong BAM, bare acceptable minimum. What's the bare acceptable minimum? My mentality was, hey, I'm making about $400 a week as a rookie electrician. I just need to replace that income. And if I sell life insurance, I can do it in like what they say, a few hours or a day or so. And I don't have to go punch a time clock and bust my back for 40, 50 hours a week to make $400. I was like, give me that trade all day, every day. So I went in with the mentality, let me go out and sell just enough to replace my income, because this is what I need to survive. I was splitting an apartment with my brother. I was a single dude. This is what I need to survive and exist. So I just need to replace this income. And if I can do it instead of 40, 50 hours a week and do it in 4 to 5 hours a week or even a day or two, I still got more time for myself, right? It was just a broke, bare, acceptable minimum job mentality. Let me go do the bare minimum to get the bare minimum to exist. And let me go do that 5 days a week and have a 2-day weekend break where life's great because I don't have to think about that crap for a while. And who wants to go through life going back through that vicious cycle of the rat race? You're running the rat race and the rats are winning, right? That's why I got out of the electrical business with a bad back, because I didn't want to run the rat race anymore. But what I found out real quick, and what Stephen was saying a little bit ago, is you can't just come in here and be like, all right, well, let me just kind of half-ass this thing and try and replace what I'm doing and just see if this thing works. What I'm going to stand up and tell you today and eliminate the years off the training aspect of it is 3 things that you need to know today that you need to ingrain in your head before you leave here. The first thing is this business works. This business works. If you've been in this business with a license for any length of time, you've gone to any seminars, any conferences, any trainings, you've listened to the audios, what you hear are people getting up and telling you how to do this. These are people that came into this business, most of them with no knowledge, no experience of life insurance sales. And the difference between all of them, if you can see them, not just hear them, but you can see them, you look at them, you're like, they're different from each other. What do you have to have? You have to have a teachable attitude and you have to have a good work ethic. We will teach you how to do this business and we will teach you how to do it very, very successfully, but you have to have those 2 things. And when I left that day, I drove down the mountain on that cold December morning in 2011, after having that conversation with Stephen. This is how, here, I want you to understand in my mindset, because I want you to be able to relate. Like people, when they see the successes, they see the history of sales, they see whatever, and they're thinking, oh, this person, they're so good. Like, it doesn't start that way, right? Most of you sitting here, how many of you are licensed within less than 12 months? You've had your license less than a year, okay? I said, number one, this business works. Number two thing that you need to understand is you're gonna suck at it. You are gonna suck at it. Some of you might not suck as bad as others, but when you start something brand new and you've never done it, you're gonna suck at it. How many of you feel coming into this business with no experience, no sales, I suck at this business? How many of you that are licensed feel like you suck at it? Guess what? You sucked at walking when you first started. Now, I ain't seen all of you physically get up from your chairs and tables, but when I walked into this room, most of these tables were gone. So I'm gonna assume you didn't give up walking, right? We all have that family member or two, let's be honest, that they didn't fully develop the walking habit, right? There's still stuff that trips them up, but God love them, they didn't give up and they're a pretty darn good walker, right? If you stay in this business and you apply what you're taught and you go out and do it, how we teach you to do it, hey, if I'm getting too close, just push me back because I feel like I'm about to cut off the screen here, all right? Some of y'all don't want to see that, but we got a big game tonight, so. Y'all lucky I'm up here right now. No, just kidding, just kidding. You sucked at walking when you first started. And if you don't remember it, watch your kids. They suck at walking too. Did any of you be like, oh, sweetie, walking just must not be your thing. Let's go shake the rattle a bit more. Like, no, come on, baby, you got this. You cheered them on, you encouraged them. Some of y'all need some cheering on in this business. Some of y'all are gonna pick to it a lot quicker than others will, and it's not gonna be much before you're walking and running. But the difference, or the question is, are you going to stick with it and keep doing it and getting better? Or are you going to be like, settle in, make excuses as to why you're not making phone calls, make excuses as to why money's not coming in your bank account when you have an insurance license to print money? You can make all the excuses in the world that you want, and you can be a statistic of giving up, or you can fight through like you did walking and every other basic thing you've ever done in life that you've gotten good at, and this will become second nature to you. 100% guarantee it, promise you. This business works. You're gonna suck at it. It will change your life. This business will change your life if you stick with it or if you don't stick with it. What I mean by that, if you stick with this business, it will change your life because you're gonna make a lot of money, and your family's life and the trajectory of what you thought was reality versus what we can now accomplish because we got the money and the time to do it, it will change your life. If you make excuses and you go back to what you were doing because the business didn't work, because really you didn't work, that's going to change your life too. Not for a good way, because it's just going to cement in your mind and in yourself. That's another thing I tried. I wasn't successful at it. Just wasn't for me. And you're going to go detour and try and find another venture opportunity to make money that you're going to sell yourself short in that one too. It is going to change your life. What you do with it for the positive, it's going to magnify and change your life that much more. If you do it for the negative, it's going to magnify and change it that much more. At that moment in December of 2011, I had a crystal clear decision to make. And my mindset, I started to say this, my mindset was in such a place where at 26 years old, not making a bunch of money, just the bare acceptable minimum, 4 months into this business and telling him I was going to quit, when he said, Hutch, don't quit. You got this. I believe in you. One, I needed to hear that, okay? I needed to hear that. Now, Stephen didn't know me very well, but he knew I had what it takes to do this. Why? Because we had a system. And he knew that I was willing to work. He knew I had a good work ethic. But the problem was for 4 months, my mindset was coming from a broke job to settle for the bare acceptable. I didn't want to go out and be a successful rock star insurance sales producer. I didn't need my name in lights. I didn't need to be up on stage. I didn't need any of that. I just wanted to control my own time and my own income, and I found an opportunity, but I brought with it the bad broke habits of just doing the bare acceptable minimum to get by. And if any of you have ever recruited or hired people, this world is full of people. I see you laughing. This world is full of people that just want the bare acceptable minimum. All right, well, what are the requirements? What do I have to do? All right, how much are you going to pay me if I do those things? Like, what do I have to do and how much am I going to make if I do that, right? That's their mentality. You're going to find all those kind of people. Now, here's the difference. Here's the mindset that you have to have for yourself and the kind of people that you're looking for. The difference between me that day, driving down to Greenville, South Carolina, and going back to the crappy situation I was in, I wake up every morning, and when I drive back down here today, this morning, in my mind, I'm going to be thinking, thank God I didn't give up. You say, Mark, what happened? I'll tell you what happened. In my mind, when Stephen opened up my activity book, and he showed, like I wasn't even thinking, connecting the dots. He said, bring your activity. I'm like, I'm quitting. All right, I'll bring my activity book, whatever he wants. I'm quitting. Like, I'm done with this BS. If I'm only making $400 a week, I'm going back to getting a job where I don't have to think, and it just sucks. I'm gonna have not as much time on my hands anymore. So he opens my activity book and he said, bro, you have two choices here. He said, I love you, but you have two options here because the numbers I'm seeing. He said, you want this and you're working like this. So here's what has to happen. If you want to keep working like this, that's cool. It's your business, your life, your decision. That's fine. I'm going to help you be realistic, and we got to lower your expectations. When he said that, I didn't hear anything else. I think the rest of it went something like, or if you want these expectations, you got to get your freaking button gear and do what you know you're supposed to do. He said a nicer version of that. But that was my mentality was, you know what? I could tell Stephen, I could tell Holly, I could tell everybody in my business. There was one more factor. I'm not going to lie. There was one more factor that did play into my decision not to quit. My electrical boss, the day that I told him I was turning in my 2-week notice, he says, what you going to do? I said, I'm going to sell life insurance. And I swear to God, his response was, you'll be back. So that was a big factor in my decision not to quit because I didn't have a backup plan, all right? Not gonna lie, there was that little vision, just that vision of Chad, and I wasn't doing that, okay? But here's the deal. The reality, guys, is driving down the mountain, at the end of the day, I was like, I could snowball anybody into thinking that business just wasn't for me. Life insurance, I gave it a whirl once, it was something I tried, and I could do that to anybody and sell them on how good that excuse was. But guess what? Deep down, in my heart of hearts, with my head going on my pillow at night, going back to a broken, busted-ass job, asking for that job back, knowing, hey, what you could have done, you didn't do, not because the system didn't work, but because you didn't work, you like that was the conversation I was having with myself, and I made my decision. I said, if I go back and I stick to this and I do this thing, I'm not going to half-ass it anymore. I'm not doing the bare acceptable minimum. I said, Stephen, what do you need? What do I need to do? He said, you need to run a minimum of 15 to 20 appointments a week. If you run, not book, run them, kneecap to kneecap in the client's home. You're going to have 20, 30% no-show rate. That means you're going to have to book 20 to 25 appointments to get the 15 to 20 that you need. And I was just like, God, that's going to be like 3 days of work now. Jeez. Because the way we taught it when I was coming in was, hey, you run those appointments in 2 days. You run all 15 to 20 in 2 days. And we did. We did. You could book them, run them every hour on the hour, and you ran 15 to 20 appointments in 2 days. And if you did that and you did it right, then realistically, you didn't have to sell the rest of the days of the week if you would get it all crammed in 2 days. Now, some people like to drag it out, do what your upline teaches, whatever. What I'm saying was I went from, man, let me make $400 to what am I doing farting away this opportunity? Let me get my button gear and go to work. And so I started working 2 to 3 days a week, and I was running 15 to 20 appointments a week. And guess what? That first full year, 2012, I didn't make $100,000 a year, but I made $75,000. And coming from a job where I was making $25,000 or less to now tripling my income, and I was still working about a third of the time of what I was doing. You said, what's the difference? It was that mentality that this business works. I'm going to suck, but dang it, if I push through, it's going to change my life. It will change my life. And guys, the thread between making the decision to just go get a job back or go find something else, maybe a different job because I didn't want to go back to that, whatever, the thread between doing that and screwing up the rest of my life or looking back and being like, this has been 13 years of, oh my gosh, I'm from North Georgia. When I run out of fingers and toes, I grab a calculator. And I can go out and print money in this business because I have the mentality that it works and I'm going to suck a little bit in the beginning. Every job you've ever had that you sucked at, why did you not quit while you sucked in the beginning? Because they told you you're going to get better and it's going to pay, and you liked the idea of whatever pay it was bringing you at the time. Otherwise, you wouldn't be there, right? I'm telling you, this business works and it's going to pay really well. You just can't quit and you can't give up. Don't give up. Don't ever get up. That's the mentality that you need to have going into this business. Now, here's the other thing. Stephen wanted me to talk about passion. I thought about this on the way up here because I was like, how do I say this without being unpolitically correct? Here's what you have to gaff. Okay? If you don't know what that means, you have to give a flip, freak, whatever you want to fill in there, you have to gaff, okay? And I'm sorry if that doesn't sound funny to you or whatever. I laughed out loud when I was driving up here and I was like, you have to gaff. Like, you literally have to give a crap about the people that you're in business for. And this is not some little cliche like, I have to. No, you have to give a flying crap about the people that you're in business for. Too many of you, the reason why you're not making money and why you're still running scared is because when you go to call a lead, your mindset is how much am I going to make when I finish this sale? And your mindset is 100% about you and your problems and your struggles and the shit that you're going through, and everything in life has built up to where your focus is on me. Guess what? Welcome to the club. That's where I was 13 years ago. My focus was on me, my shitty situation. I needed to get out of this. I needed an opportunity. Just give me an opportunity and show me how to do it. I'll do it. I thought I would. But guess what? Even in learning a new opportunity, oh God, you ever remember that first thought going up to your first door or making your first virtual appointment dial and they pop up on the Zoom screen and your very first one? How many of you like, oh, this is easy. I've done this 100 times. I know what I'm doing. Or how many of you are like, oh crap, spotlight on and I don't know what to do next? You get that feeling? You get that uncomfortable? You got to get comfortable feeling that way. Because what happens is if you don't do that, see, everybody thinks this right here. I'm running towards success. Everybody wants to go to success. Everybody wants to run towards success, right? Let me have success. The problem is people think that success is away from failure. That if I'm failing, it means I'm not being successful. I got to go be successful, and it means I won't be failing. Let me go to success. So they see an opportunity like this, and like, I want to be successful. Let me go make a lot of money. Let me work for myself. Let me be my own boss. I'm an entrepreneur. I got my insurance license. Like, everybody wants success and the money and the time that comes with success, right? So they think they're running from failure. The problem is all the crap that you deal with in the middle, whether it's family life, whether it's business, whether it's agents not showing up, whether it's your top producer just decides he's going to take a 3-year sabbatical, like whatever. And you think, man, I'm going through failure, through crap. Let me turn around and get away from that because success is away from failure. And you're going to have to go through the bull crap. You're going to have to go through the rejections. You're going to have to go through the no's. You're going to have to go through that uncomfortable, like, I don't know what the hell I'm doing right now, and I'm supposed to be the expert, and I wish I could crawl up in a hole and let somebody else do this right now. You're going to have to go through that. Just like you went through it when you were starting whatever job, you went and told your employer, teach me how to do this and just pay me this, and we'll have a fair exchange. You had to do that everywhere else, and you didn't quit, and you didn't give up. So why would you do it now when you got an opportunity that will literally change your life? If you go in with the mindset that, hey, I'm scared, I'm nervous, I don't know how to do this, I don't know if this is going to work for me. I know it's worked for people way less intelligent than me. I've seen it's worked for people way less better looking than me, whatever, but I don't know if I can do this. I'm telling you right now, this business works if you will fight through the bullcrap, if you will fight through the no-shows. See, what people didn't see is when I first started and I was driving 2.5, 3.5 hours one way to go run 10 appointments in a day and come back because I didn't have the money to stay a hotel night there. So I'd have to come back 2.5, 3.5 hours one way back, sometimes not getting home till 1 a.m., running 10 appointments and not making a single sale. That's some bull crap. That day sucked. Sucked the gas all out of my tank too. And nothing to show for it. And if you think it just happened that one day in my life, as good as I am, you're crazy. It's only happened twice. Just kidding. Just kidding. You have to go through the bull crap. And I can't, you say, why are you talking 20 minutes? Like, teach us how to do that. I'm going to teach you how, and it's going to be good, so be patient. But why am I harping on this going through the bull crap and just having that mentality that you have to gaff? You have to give a flip about the people you're in business with. You have to care about them. Your agents that you try and hire in this business, they will find out very quickly if you give a flying crap about them. Or if you just think they're another tool that's going to make you some more money quicker because you found a guy or you found the next girl. I'm telling you, if you don't give a crap about your people, agents or business, if your number one focus is you and it's only about you and how you can make the money and get rid of the rat race that you're running, if that's your one focus, I promise you, you're going to struggle in this business. And I struggled for 4 months because I was too worried about me and my damn problems and it's okay to worry about your stuff that you're dealing with, right? You got to fix it. If you don't change it, you choose it. Because you're going to go through that same cycle. It's okay to worry about it, but the problem is when you're so focused on you that you can't meet the needs of others, then it's a problem. The insurance business isn't for you if that's where you're at. What I'm saying is if you can come into this thing and say, hey, I got my crap I'm dealing with, and I want to learn how to make money, if you will give half the energy that you take to worry about your crap and you can just put that onto the client in front of you, not your crap. Don't put your crap on them. They don't need to hear that. They got their own crap. But the energy that you're worrying about your crap, and am I going to make this sale? Is this business going to work? Is this going to be what I need? Can I get my wife home from work if I step this up and do this thing? If that's your focus when you're trying to talk to them and that's all you're thinking about, you don't give a shit what they're talking about and you're not going to hear a thing that they're talking about, and you cannot meet their need when you're too worried you cannot meet their needs when you're too worried about your own needs. I'm very passionate about this because I see agents struggle. And I see them so focused on, I got to make a sale. I got to change my situation. Your situation will change. I promise you. I said it'll change your life. Whatever you're going through, your situation will change for the better when you are able to take the focus off of just me and how can I meet their needs in this moment. Your needs, as far as the sale goes, I promise you will be met. They will be taken care of. But you have to give a crap about people. And I'm not going down that road. Nope, not doing that. You have to give a crap about people, okay? You have to care. I have no idea what time it is. When I get up, I lose all track of time. So give me like a 45-minute counter and give me, he did say I got about 4 more hours and then we're taking lunch. So you got to care about people. How do you do that, Mark? How do you go into the home and not worry about your situation? It's tough. I'm not going to sugarcoat it. It is freaking tough. I was talking to Stephen a little bit ago, and my wife and I are dealing with a situation right now in our family with her daughter, and we've been going through it for a time now. And there's no right answer. You know, everybody's got their own variables and the drama they're dealing with, but I can tell you this, when crap is not right in the home, it affects your focus on everything else. I get it. Like, I get you focus on your problems and you're trying to go out and make this work and make this happen. Here's what I know to tell you is what I do when I'm having issues and I'm going through it and I'm still trying to go out and perform and work and do the sales that I need to do. When I get out of that car, it's God, you got this problem. You've always had this problem. I've been trying to wrestle with it. I'm going to let it go right now. I'm going to tag team and I'm going to go take care of this one because I know how to handle this one. It's life insurance. I've gotten good at that, right? And just leave it and set it go and go focus and do what you need to do. And ask, when you're meeting with your clients and you're talking to them, ask them questions and then shut up. Let them talk. Everybody's favorite word in the English language is their name. The first thing that people love to talk about is themselves, their lives, their families, and the shit they're dealing with. Let them talk. If you will do that and listen with an intent to understand, you will find out how you can meet their needs. It will present itself right there for you when you can focus on them instead of you for 45 minutes, I promise. Ask them questions and get them talking. You'll find out very quickly what their needs are, what their concern is. That's a whole nother training about the question asking and what kinds of questions and how to dig down. We're going to do that another time. But the main thing is when you can show them that I care, and you can ask them those questions and listen with intent and pay attention to what they're saying, with the intent to help them in their life insurance needs, it will manifest itself to you. And if not, you've got the support group of your uplines, and every single one of you are going to have multiple phone numbers when you go into homes to sell. Every single one of you are going to have multiple phone numbers of people that have been doing this, that know how to answer and help you with your situation in the home right then and there. Because this business works. We have the support group for you. You got to have the work ethic and the teachable attitude. Okay? So ask questions. Genuinely care about your clients. You've all heard the saying 1,000 times over, people don't care how much you know until they know that you care. And the way they know that you care is the way you talk to them, the way your body demeanor is when you're sitting back at the kitchen table and you're just like, all right, Becky, tell me about that lead you sent in, $329,000 mortgage. What you got on this? You want a little MPP? Sorry, I can't stand up and sit down at the same time. You know, how's your body language? Like, you know, you sitting back like you're the cool cat that's gonna whip out the magical solution for them in a few minutes, or is your body language like in tune to them? You know, your eyes, are they expressive when you're hearing about their situation? And they're talking about the reality of, hey, you know, because let's face it, they're all gonna be like, just wanted to make sure if something happens to me, like they found the potion to, you know, forever youth or something. If something happens to me, I want my wife taken care of. And a rookie insurance agent salesperson is going to be like, oh, that's great, Bob. You want her taken care of. You know, for $129.99 a month, I've got this 30-year return of premium. It's going to give you not only $329,000, it's going to give you an extra $75,000, take care of burial, all that kind of stuff, put your kids through college. And at the end of 30 years, if you don't use it, you're still alive. Congrats, we're going to give you all your money back. As if that was the solution Bob needed when, if something happens to me, I want taken care of. And that's where you lose them. Why? Because you're worried about your needs. You're worried about making a sale. Bob said the right thing. You want to protect his family. You're trying to go in and get the money. As if it's just transactional. Yep, did my grocery shopping. Jim's coming over to sell us life insurance. Yep, let's take care of that one today, get that done with. And then, Becky, you got your hair appointment at 11 a.m. tomorrow. Full week. Transactional, just another sale, another what. If you will ask questions and be intent with them, and when he says he wants to make sure his wife's taken care of, and you look at her and you say, hey, Becky, tell me what that looks like. I know he wants it if something takes care of. He's a guy, we're very rational. Hey, let's get this done. It's important. He's wanting this, he's needing this, it's important. But I need you to help me understand what that looks like, Becky, if Bob doesn't come home tomorrow. Like for a minute, just paint that picture. And then you go down that trail of, hey, what time does he get home? 6 o'clock. All right, it's 7 o'clock, he's not home. And he's not called you. What are you thinking? You take her down that path where she envisions Bob not coming home tomorrow. Why? Because you give a crap. Because you care about them. Because you want them to see the reality that as I'm driving up here to North Carolina, I'm passing signs on Highway 25 in South Carolina that are saying 1,289 traffic fatalities on South Carolina highways this year. That means 1,289 people went to work one day expecting to come home to their families, and instead of them coming home, a Greenville County Sheriff's deputy or a Spartanburg City policeman or whatever cop shows up at their front door and says, no, he's not coming home anymore. And guess what? They didn't get life insurance with the other agent that sat before them because they were too busy trying to make a sale, worried about the shit that they're going through. And if you can remove yourself from that, as legitimate as it is, for 45 minutes to focus on your clients and to meet the needs that they are screaming out for you to help them with, and you're too worried that you don't know the right answer or you don't know what to say if they ask a certain question, you have to remove yourself from your problems and you have to focus on them and you have to give a crap about them. And when you can listen and hear what their needs are and help them come to the conclusion, God, if that did happen tomorrow, he's not just going to be a statistic. We'll be okay. We'll be taken care of. You think you're walking out of the home with let me think about it? We have to check our budget? No, they have to check their budget and think about it when they don't like you or they don't trust you. That's when they got to think about it. Why don't they like me and trust me? I'm a nice person. Sure you are. But you give a crap about yourself more than you give a crap about them. You're trying to make a sale. They're trying to change their family's world and protect their family when the inevitable happens. That's how I make a lot of sales. And none of it's sales related. It's all about they know he cares. They know he's real when he talks to us because they know he takes the time to listen. Josh, Anthony, never met these guys before. Met them an hour ago. How do you know their names? Well, I asked them what their names were. They told me. I said it a few times in talking to them. I clarified it, double checked that I got it right, and an hour later, I'm still able to remember it because I actually gave a crap about them when I was having a conversation with them. It wasn't just a cliche, hey, I'm Mark, nice to meet you, what's your name? And 2 seconds later, what was his name? Because I'm too worried about what I'm saying next. Are my teeth clean enough? Does my breath stink? I'm worried about me. I don't give a shit about him. And that's your problem. That's why you're not making sales. I know it's Saturday and it ain't the work week's over technically, but we still got some truth coming out here today. And I'm just telling you right now, this is coming from somebody that was doing the bare acceptable minimum, that was struggling to help people because I was too consumed with myself and my situation. And I'd be lying to you if I said, hey, I know how to just shut it down in the personal troubles department anytime, every time, and focus. I'd be lying to you if I said I did it perfectly every time. I don't. It's still a battle, but it's a lot more manageable, a lot better now, because I've actually started to get in the habit and the pattern of when I say I care about you and I'm going to help you and I'm going to be attentive and listen to you and help you with your insurance needs, I'm yours for the next hour, the next 45 minutes, whatever it is. And I'm going to stand by that commitment to do what's best for you and your family. The beautiful thing is you have the resources, you have the sales trainings, you have the leaders, you have the system in place with the ARC and the way we can pay out. You have the best system in America when it comes to collectively all the important things that you need in an insurance agency or an IMO. You have the best thing in America as it stands collectively right now. If it weren't, people like Rogers, people like myself, people like Steven, people like Gina, we'd all be somewhere else if there were way bigger, way better elsewhere, okay? So all you little rooks, trust us, just kidding. Trust us when we say that we have it here. You just need to bring the teachability and the work ethic. And here's the crazy thing is, there's no doubt in my mind that some of you sitting here today have probably had way more financial success than myself. There's not a doubt in my mind. There's people in this room that have had, and you got way more gray hairs than I got. That's because I got none. Ha ha ha. Just kidding. Just kidding. But the point being is you can come into a business like this, into an opportunity like this and say, hey, I've got years of experience. I know what it's like to build a business. I know what it's like to have financial success. I know what it's like to go through this crap. Like, you're not saying anything new, but it's cool to know that in this business, same principles apply. Now let's put the head down, teach me how to do this, and let's go. Come on, let's go. I need you up here, right? I need enough people up here so that as Georgia keeps making it to the SEC championship game, I can be going to it. Go Dogs, damn right. I can be going to it knowing there's other people up here that can teach and train. And don't get me wrong, they're the back of the room, Stephen, they're all qualified. They're all more than qualified. They do a fantastic job. I'm incredibly grateful that Stephen's, pestered me to come up and help out with these. I love being able to give back. Love being able to come up and just be here where it all started and just be like, thank God I didn't give up. Thank God I didn't quit. Thank God I wasn't willing to sell a line of BS to somebody else, but not have to sell myself that same line. Like, thank God I had the intestinal fortitude to say, hey, deep down, I know I didn't give this a chance. I know I didn't give this a fair shot, because that was the decision it was coming down to. Sell it to everybody else on why it didn't work, but deep down, you put your head on the pillow at night and you know you didn't get the life that you wanted or could have had because you sold yourself short. And I'm just telling you right now, that was not going to happen in my world. It was not happening. And when I made that decision that I'm going to change my life by using this opportunity, how do you do it? You got to care about people. Part of giving a crap about people is you got to pick up the phone and go call them and meet that need. Well, when you're making dials, what did you do? I reminded myself that there was people out there. That lead, I looked at every single lead. What was your name, man? You Kevin? God, you look like a Nicholas or something. All right, Kevin. I don't know. Kevin, here, the reality is I looked at those leads, and instead of looking at that lead and thinking, God, I just spent 25 bucks on that, I hope I make some money, I saw it as a cry for help. If this person's sending this thing out and they're 68 years old and they're just buying another house and they've got a $382,000 mortgage, it don't take anybody with half a brain to know they need some help, right? Because I don't know, but that's not how I was taught it's supposed to work. You're not supposed to be refinancing and renewing mortgages when you're in your 60s and 70s. Those are the times where you can tell the bank to kiss your ass and leave you alone, right? Not going out and starting a whole nother one. So they need help. And if you can view that as, hey, this is a cry for help, this is a plea for help. And I also drank a lot of Coke and bourbon at the same time while I was making those phone calls. It just calmed my nerves a little bit, all right? I'm just telling you what I did, okay? And I'm not telling you to go do it, all right? Especially if you go to meetings every week, please don't do that, all right? Find another alternative. I'm just telling you, hey, sometimes I had to calm my nerves a minute, and some Jim Beam and some cheap Coke just was able to do that for a minute. But I still was viewing this as a need, as a cry for help. And what blows my mind is how people will see, you go sit in a home and you realize very quickly that you're not the first insurance agent that's been in there, right? And so the competitiveness comes out and you're just like, well, I'm going to be the last, watch this. And then you're trying to figure out how to outsell them or try to sell them so that, right? And that's your struggle, that's your mentality, when all along is like, don't you think at some point they want to quit having insurance people come in their house? Unless they're just lonely and bored. Don't you think that at some point they want to quit filling forms out? So why can't you go be the person that stands apart from every other insurance salesperson they've ever talked to because you actually gave a crap about them, because you actually cared, because you actually looked at them as somebody else that had needs just like you. And guess what? When somebody helps you with a solution that you are seeking, whether very vocally or not about it, but you're needing some freaking help and somebody helps you, how do you feel about them? Grateful. Appreciative. And guess what? If you've got family members that have same needs and problems that you're dealing with and you just got help, who do you think you're going to refer them to? Who do you think you're going to point them to? Hey, I didn't even know this guy, and he came in and he didn't just help us with our mortgage protection or our final expense. Like, next thing we know, like, he helped get rid of these policies that were old and crappy. He got us like $1,200 coming back to us. We got more coverage. We're actually saving $5 a month. And holy crap, Christmas came early. You need to go talk to my sister because she has coverage from the same damn company. And that's what happens because you saw a need and you gave a crap about somebody else that had a need. You could take your eyes off yourself for a minute and focus on others' needs, right? So I got 16 minutes and 14 seconds to do the how-to on when it comes to replacing policies and when you find what other people are paying on. And we're going to make it happen, okay? When it comes to replace, that's all mentality and passion and energy, and I hope I've been able to exude a lot of that. If you are like, thank you. My one disclaimer is if anybody's in here thinking, I don't like this guy, I don't like what he says, I don't agree with him, come back after lunch. They've got more people coming up to talk. I promise you'll find one. All right, so you're sitting in a home, okay? And you go through the building the rapport. They like you and they trust you. That's foundational. You can walk out of the home if they don't like you and they trust you. Don't even talk numbers, okay? You get them to like you and they trust you. When it comes time to talking numbers and you maintain the control of the conversation and you lead them through by asking questions, getting them to come to the conclusions that you need them to come to, but they think they're smart because they think they figured it out and all you did was just ask the questions to kind of get them there. It's a beautiful thing. They get the coverage, you get paid, everybody's happy, you get referrals. It's a great, great thing. Learn how to do that. Here's the how-to. Is when you go sit in the home and you're down with them and you are finding out what the need is. Why'd you send this form in? Hey, we need this taken care of. We need our final expense in place, blah, blah, blah. Rookie agents, salespeople, insurance salespeople go right into trying to find, okay, this $15,000 policy will cover a full funeral if you died today, tomorrow, next year, 10, 20 years from now, it should still cover it. $79.99 a month, blah, blah, blah. And then you find out, because you hadn't done it the right way, then you find out they say, oh, well, I've got this other policy and that's going to handle that. I just wanted to see what this was about. I just wanted to see, right? And now you're backing up and punting because you're like, oh crap, I don't know what to go from here because they don't need it anymore. Because you're not asking the questions the right way. You're not leading them to the, see, when you do it the right way and you get to the point where you say, hey, Bob, if you died today and you didn't come home tomorrow and Martha is now looking at the fact that she has a mortgage and blah, 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 what do you currently have in place besides this that we're going to take care of here in a little bit, I'm setting the tone. I'm the expert. I'm telling them what's going to happen. What do you do when that is gone? Because I've already asked them those questions. I'm setting the tone. I've told them this is what's happening. And now we get to that death benefit or that policy is no longer here because you didn't take it out because the other agents didn't help before you. Now I'm the one that's here. I'm the one that's different. I'm the one that's able to help you realize, hey, he's got our needs met and taken care of. We're getting other referrals to him. This is our guy. They keep calling you back. And you would rather much have that than go in trying to be another statistic where they're going to fill out another form because they didn't like you and they didn't trust you, right? Right. So when you get in there and you find out what do you have in place that would help meet these needs, we're going to take care of this in a second, but what do you have in place besides this that's going to help meet these needs? That's where they start to tell you about the other life insurance policies if they like you and they trust you. That's where they start to tell you about them. Well, we already have this. We've got this one. And the most critical mistake that you can make as an agent is to acknowledge that they have something and never address it and try and move forward making a sale. That is the worst thing that you can do as an insurance agent. Because let me tell you this, if you don't know what they have, be very assured they don't know what they have. They have no clue. Well, how do I get them to give my policy? All right, perfect. What time is it? Adam? 11:45? Okay, all right. No, this is perfect. Add another few minutes to that if you don't mind. I actually needed that. Y'all got me longer. So, thank you. So when they say they've got other coverages in place, you have to address that. Let me be very clear. You cannot move forward in that conversation with that client trying to talk about insurance sales and numbers. You cannot legally move forward and try and make a sale with that client until you know exactly what they have in place. You have to know the amount of coverage and what they are paying on before you can legally in good conscience tell them this is what needs to happen next, this is what we can do to it. If you have no idea what they're paying on, you have no idea how much it is or how much is going out each month, remember, if they don't like you and trust you, do you think that everything they're going to say to you, every question you ask is going to be, yeah, no, we don't have any coverage. We're, all right, well, and then you start asking the questions on the applicant. Well, there is this one policy. That's where that likability and that trust is so important in the beginning, because when it comes time to getting the policies that they currently have and finding out what they're paying on, all that is just going to go right with the flow. Hey, you're the expert. Let me ask you this. When you ever been to a doctor before? Okay. You ever been to different doctors? Like moved because you moved? Okay. So when you went to the new doctor, if that new doctor, I want y'all to hear me very clearly, if that new doctor says to you, hey, welcome to the office, blah, 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 what's your name, blah, 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 getting to know you, and then says, all right, tell me what you got going on. What hurts? Why are you here? What do you need medicine for? Blah, blah, blah. And you say, well, doc, I got a pain in my side. My knee's acting up a little bit. The other doctor used to get, I don't care about that other doctor. Don't matter what he did. You tell me what you need, buddy. Do you think you would stay in his office very long?
No.
Why?
Because he should care what's already been looked at, what's been taken care of.
Can you say that a little bit louder, please?
Because he should care about what's already been looked at and what's been taken care of.
Your new doctor should care about what's already been looked at and what's been taken care of.
That's right.
Right? Because a lot of your physical problems, they don't go away. You just go to a different guy that can give you different medicines to try and treat it. At least that's what we're told we're supposed to do, right? In no frame of sanity in this gentleman's brain would he sit in that doctor's office at that moment and stay there under his care and his inspection and whatever if that doctor just said, I don't care about what happened earlier. I don't care what you've had in the past. I'm your guy now. We're going to take care of this. We're going to fix you from here on out. You cannot move forward until you know what people are paying on. And people are like, man, I can't get people to buy $30 a month policies from me, and your average premium's $122 a month. Like, how do you do it? And I'm like, I'm telling them I need to know what happened in the past, what they have, what they're currently paying on, because guess what? When we take a look at this, you may not even need this form that you sent in. And I ain't here to sell you nothing. That's not my job. Boom! all that, he's trying to sell me, all that just, what's the gig here? Like, never been sold in a house before, and just, it's all mental. That's what it looks like in your brain. Hopefully a little more coordinated than that, right? But that's that mental gymnastics of, all right, we'll see about this, who's going to stay up longest. And it's like, no. Find out, hey, Bob, when you go grab that real quick, I'm going to use the restroom. I've been drinking coffee and water all morning, man. Where's your bathroom at? And that's what you do. You tell them to go get their policy while you go to the bathroom. Well, what if they don't have the coverage? What if they don't have the policy? Okay, Bob, if you don't have, I don't say it like this to them. Here's where my mind's at. Bob, let's think about this, okay? No, seriously, Bob, this is important. You don't know where your coverage is or who it's with? Because that's what they'll tell you, right? Y'all think I'm making stuff up. Y'all been in homes, right? Or virtual, whatever y'all do. Yeah, they'll tell you, we don't worry about that. I got that a long time ago. That one's good. I just need this, right? But when you can show Bob, you're not here to make a sale. You're here to meet his need that he bothered us about, really. Like, dude, I'm here at your house. You got like leftover food out on the porch there that stinks. I can smell it from the back. It's coming up. And I'm here because you asked us to come out, right? Mark, you really care about people? No, I do. I just don't care about the nasty smell coming from your back that stinks, and that's your business, but I'm here dealing with it because I'm here to meet a need, right? I'm trying to meet a need. And as you're in there meeting the need and they see hey, go get that policy. Go grab that for me. Where's your bathroom at? I'm going to use the restroom real quick. I'll meet you right back here. What I've done was I've eliminated any what's this guy going to be doing sitting in my house? I just met him at my front door like 30 minutes ago. And he's going back to get his policy. And I'm busy too. I don't care if I have to pee or not. I'm busy. And I'm going to the bathroom while he goes to get a policy. So, hey, I'm busy doing stuff. You're busy doing stuff. But if he says to you, oh, I don't need that. I'm good. That's from so long ago, blah, blah, blah. Or I don't know where it is. Don't worry about that. Okay, this is where we get serious, Bob. If you don't know where your policy is, and again, I'm not saying this to him, I'm thinking it. I just went on a couple rabbit holes in between. If you don't know where your policy is, Bob, and you die, you think your kids know where your crap is? You think they know who to call? If I had $1 for every phone call I've ever gotten from somebody that says, hey, this was early on, I don't leave business cards anymore, okay? Years ago I did, I was a rookie. And I'll tell you why in a minute. I can't tell you how many phone calls I've gotten from people that said, hey, we found your phone number, it was saved in your mom's phone, or your business card, whatever. Mom died, and it's like, did she have coverage with you, blah, blah, blah. And fortunately, in a lot of cases, the answer was yes. Unfortunately, in a lot of cases, especially in my early years when I was trying to make sales instead of caring about people, there were a lot of times I left a card and walked out the door and didn't make a sale. And my point is the kids are now going through all mom and dad's stuff, and they're finding life insurance cards. They're finding policies that were bought 30 years ago but lapsed, 22 years ago, and the paperwork's still there, and they have no freaking clue, no idea if mom even had coverage, which of all these paperworks is accurate. Oh, great, they can't access her bank account right now because it's going to go through probate. They can't see who was they have no freaking clue. And you're going to take Bob's answer of, oh, I already bought that. I don't know where it is. I've got something. Yeah, I'm good on that. I'm good on that. And you don't know where it is. How do you think your kids are going to find it when you die? Billions and billions of dollars in unpaid death claims, not because the insurance company is trying to cheat mama, but because mama, bless her heart, tried to do what she could to get her insurance in place, but nobody ever educated her after that what to do, how to make sure. And then when other agents like you come in and you have a brand new golden opportunity to help that somebody's mama or grandmama find out what they have and what they're paying on, and in most cases, and you see what kind of crap it is, they're already budgeting it. They're already paying that each month. You now have a golden opportunity to redirect those funds that she's already budgeting towards something way better. To any of our life insurance carriers, let them duke it out on which ones want our business more, but at least it's one of the ones we got because they let you help them, right? That was for Derek and any other insurance representatives here. The point being is, it's like, hey, I didn't come in and take them for another 122 a month. I came in, and because I gave a crap about them, I found out that they were already paying $98 a month on crap. And I was able to take that $98 a month and put it towards this coverage that was already way better. And when they saw, hey, this is already way better, what could we get adding more to it? Now they're willing to pay $125 a month. But in their budget, it's only an extra, what, 27 bucks? Why? Because they like me, they trust me, and I did something that insurance salespeople don't do. I took the time, whether it benefited me or not, to give a crap about them and to find a need and to dig deeper and to go meet that need. And the result is they're now paying for insurance with me. I just made if you don't know, $122 a month, that's a really good sale, especially as a first-time agent. But whether it's $22 a month, at the end of the day, when you do what's right by your clients because you give a crap about them, the money takes care of itself. The money comes. Your problems financially are going to go away. And so my question is, can you, in your mind, with yourself, can you do two things? One, can you admit that, hey, there's going to be times where I'm like, what the heck am I doing? Like this business, man, what am I doing? Does it really work as good as they say it does? Yes, it does. If you can acknowledge that and just commit that, hey, I don't even have to ask that question anymore, because anybody in this business that's been in it for any length of time, Rogers, there's a reason why we're still here. This business works. It's changed his life. It's changed their lives. It's changed my life. Kim, has this business changed y'all's life? You're with your boo. And you ain't punching a time clock and taking personal days off to come down to do this training. So if you can wrap your head around that principle and just know this business works, and then secondly, I will do what I am taught on how to care about people and to go make a difference. This is what separates the people that just go out and crush it in sales and the people that struggle for a while and struggle for a while. The dangerous ones are the ones that, I know how to do that. I'm good. Sometimes I have to be like, man, woo, where did that come from? I shouldn't be thinking like that. You know, if you're not going to change it, then you choose it. If you're not going to change it, then you're choosing it. Okay? And so if you can accept the fact that this business works, and then two, I will do what it takes. I'll follow what I'm told. You can ask Nick Greco. He's one of the top guys on our team, in our group. You can ask Nick Greco when he came to me in April of 2020, and he said, what do I have to do to make $20,000 in a month? And I said, this. And he said, I'm going to do it. And he went and did it, and he made $22,000 that month. It's just a duplicatable business. There's no magic to it. You know, are the pep talks good? Yeah, they're nice. They're helpful. If you need them, we'll help you with it. If you don't need it. You don't need much excuses of anything. Go do it. Don't go asking for the help if you're not going to commit to doing what you're going to hear. You see the difference? So in these last few minutes, when we're talking about changing policies, or when I find certain coverages, what am I looking for? What do I do? The part about the clients getting the policy for you to look at is absolutely critical, like I've already discussed, because their kids are going to need to know what it is. But at the end of the day, when you can go through what they have and just put eyeballs on it, and you see the crap that people put out there under the guise of a life insurance policy, thank God they found you. Thank God they reached out to you. These insurance companies love working with NAA. They get a lot of business from other insurance companies that we don't have at NAA, because there's a lot of crap out there. I'm going to give you something to look for. Don't get mad. Don't hate. If you've sold under their brand before, well, you're obviously not with them anymore, and that's probably the reason why. When you come across policies, like, anybody ever heard of Primerica? You've heard of it. It's called Primerica, but the more natural pronunciation is Prime America. I don't know why it just rings off the tongue like Prime America, but it's actually Primerica. But, you know, we love Prime America. Anyways, that is a policy that's a term policy. It's a renewable term policy, and it doesn't convert to any permanent coverage. They basically want you to buy term, and, you know, in case you die early and young, you got a decent term policy. And then what you would typically pay on permanent products, they want you to invest that with their investments. And then the idea is you don't need life insurance when you die because you invest. Well, that works if you get in at like 20 years old and you believe in that motto and that brand and that method of strategy or whatever, and you want to commit to that for 40 years, hey, kudos. What you're going to realize is most of the people that we sit with aren't people 20 years old trying to figure out how to get their finances in order through life insurance means as they're going off into the real world. We're dealing with people that are like, I had coverage at my job all these years. I just retired and, well, I'm out of insurance apparently. What you got for me? You got like one of those 500,000 for 19 bucks a month plans? I don't. I did 40 years ago when you should have asked that question, but I don't now. So here's the reality. Again, I'm not knocking Primerica's method or strategy. I'm just saying realistically, it doesn't work for the target audiences in middle-class America that we're dealing with, okay? And that's not being hateful. That's not being, judgment. No, that's the reality, all right? If you want to go work for Primerica, you can. I just can't teach you how to do it because I don't know crap about how to do it there. I know there are a lot of people that leave there and go to other places. I do know that. Colonial Penn. God bless. We got some Colonial Penn lovers in here. Hopefully not. Colonial Penn is just crappy, expensive, graded, guaranteed issue coverage that you can literally call in from any phone, any household in America, call in, give them your date of birth, your age, your social, and they will give you coverage. It's crappy coverage. It's horrible coverage. And if that person was able to send in a lead requesting help for you to come out and help them, guaranteed 99% chance that you can improve their situation by getting rid of that Colonial Penn. Lincoln Heritage. I know that's more of a Southeastern thing. Lincoln Heritage is a bunch of crap. I'm not saying they're not going to cover and they're not going to pay. I'm just saying it's crap. It's super expensive. They're super picky about things like diabetes, things like, little stents in a heart from a mild heart attack years ago. They're blood thinners. They're super picky about all that kind of crap. And you get these people thinking, oh, this is all I could get because I'm diabetic. And so they got me on a 2-year plan that won't pay out in the first 2 years. And you get this jaded mindset in American households because of the crap they're sitting there listening to on their TV or the solicitations that's coming in their mail about crap. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. So it's just at the end of the day, it's like, I think somebody's phone's Bluetooth is connected maybe. Somebody's getting a cellular call. Hey, it might be a lead calling back. Answer it. Just kidding. We'll power through it. It'll go off eventually, unless it's an angry client. Hey, you're going to learn some good stuff in that too. These policies are crap. That's just what they are. They're crap. And at the end of the day, here's how you have to view it. And I tell people this in every single home I sit in. I don't care if they're like closer to my age or closer to my parents' age. Every single home I sit in, I tell them, I'm like, hey, listen, if somebody was sitting with my mom and dad right now, or somebody was sitting with my sister and her family, or my brother and his family right now, just like I'm sitting with you, I would want them being treated the exact same way that I'm going to treat you and take care of your family. Because before God, I'm not going to do anything in this whole process or put you in a product or try and sell you whatever that I wouldn't want done for my own family. And that's the beauty of it. When you're doing right by people, when you actually have character and integrity and morals and you exude that in your business, not just say it, I'm telling you, the money takes care of itself, but you genuinely have to care about these people. So companies like Primerica, Colonial Penn, Lincoln Heritage, like when you do this business and you start seeing the different types of products that are out there, and the beauty is, again, you're going to have phone numbers of people you can call. And here's exactly what you say when you're sitting with Bob and Martha, and you're here. You said it's Kevin, right? Kevin. All right, Kevin, when you're sitting with Bob and Martha, and you find out that they have coverage, and you're looking at it, and you're like, I don't know, I'm new, like I know I'm supposed to be the expert, but I don't know. You've got phone numbers of people you can call that will help you figure it out. And what I say to the client when I was brand new, I would say, hey, Bob, Martha, listen, I've been doing this for a little bit. This is a different type of product I haven't seen recently. Let me just check with my manager and make sure it is what I think it is, because if it is, we're definitely going to have to talk more about this. And then you make the phone call to your upline or whoever's number you got that's been doing the business for a while and has the experience, and you tell them, hey, yeah, it looks like it says 15-year term. What's the date of issue on it? Well, they took it out in 2010. Well, shoot, that thing's expiring or renewing next year. And it's like, these people have no clue. They have no idea what they have. None. They don't even know where it is. If they don't know where it is, you think they know what it is? But do you see why you have to care enough to find this crap out? Because I'll say this respectfully, but if you've heard this teaching and not fallen asleep in it, I know lunch is around the corner. Hopefully your stomachs are growling like crazy to keep you awake. I've been told I have a great radio voice. So, and they said the perfect thing about the radio voice was I had the radio face to match it. So I haven't had any podcast offers yet, but anyways, point being, I say this very respectfully, okay? If you have heard anything about what I've been talking about the need to give a crap about these clients, to go help them and kind of how to help lead them through the process, finding their coverage, we're not done talking about that. We're still going to finish it. If you can hear teaching on this to the level that I'm going to bring it and have brought it, and you can walk away and be content with going and sitting in somebody's house from this point forward and hearing, oh, we've got that, we're already good, that's already taken care of through this coverage, or we've already got coverage to take care of that, we just need help with this, what can you do here? If you move forward in that conversation without understanding what they have, you are doing you, and more so them, a grave injustice, and you're setting that family up for serious financial ruin. And I say that as respectfully as I can. I cringe at the homes early on that I was not able to get the client to get me their coverage, and I walked out without making a sale because I didn't know what I know now, and I didn't have the knowledge and the training that I have now. I cringe at that because of those phone calls that you will get if you're in this business for any length of time from a relative of somebody that just passed away, but somehow they found your card, or maybe even a policy that you sold and the client lapsed it because they couldn't pay for it, or they missed a payment and you got the email, you got the letter from the insurance company, you saw it as the agent. If you're still active, you get them, and you don't follow up with them. This ain't about going out and just making a quick buck, guys. You have family and people, human beings whose literal financial livelihood and dependency is based off of whether you're going to give up, you know what, or if you're just going to sit there and be an average agent just tucking your tail because they needed to think about it and you were just going to let them think about it. Somebody's got to stand up and grow a set and say, hey, listen, I'm going to do this differently than every other agent out there. And the way you start out by doing that is by saying, I'm not going to do what every other agent's done. I'm actually going to care about these clients. I'm going to care when they say I've got coverage. I'm going to find out what coverage they have. The last time a guy told me he was not going to get his coverage for me, I packed my bags and I walked out of his house, because you're wasting your time. If they say they're not doing something and you say, well, I really need you to, and then you tell me, well, I don't know why he wouldn't get his coverage. He didn't like you or he didn't trust you. That's the foundational truth. They will like you and they will trust you when you're different and when you give a crap about them. I promise you. That is 100% before God. The reason why I make the sales that I make as much as I do on the little time that I do it is because when I'm there, I'm there. I can, as much as physically possible, set aside the shit that I'm going through, and I'm focused on you and your needs and your situation, because I've seen the other side of it. I've been in this business long enough to know it's not all Skittles and fairy dust making a sale and bouncing out the door with $500, $800 in your pocket. Their livelihood, their family's financial dependency, whether it's going to be a success and things were taken care of as far as that goes so we didn't have to stress, or if it leads them to financial ruin because you didn't give enough of a crap about them. Now, you put that in your pipe and smoke on that for a minute. And I'm just telling you right now, like, when you will let that move you, like, this isn't about, can I make sales? Can I make sales? Does this business work? This is about these people have a need that they are crying out for help with. And if they've sent in multiple of these, multiple agents hadn't done their damn job. So are you going to come in and be another statistic so that they'll become another statistic? Or are you going to come in and say, hey, my problems aside, here's what we're focused on. Here's the questions I'm going to ask you and lead you to the conclusions that you need to come to so that you know when I say, hey, is that why I'm here tonight? There's only one acceptable answer. And that answer is yes. Why? Because you gave a crap. Because when they said they had coverage like they did, no other agent actually pursued that and worked that and followed that and traced it down and made them go get the coverage that they said they had to find out if you could actually help them or didn't need to help them because they were good. They're asking you in their house at 8 o'clock at night during the holiday season. They want help. If they're not asking you that, it's because you're not on the phone during the holiday season. Yeah, I said it. They're asking you in their house because they want help. Are you going to care enough to help them? And you help them by you ask them the questions to get to the conclusion, we need this, we need him to help us. And when he says, I need you to go get your policies, sure, bathroom's down the corner, going to get my policies, meet you back here in 5. And when they come back, you go through their policies with them. 92+% of the time, I've done the math, 92+% of the time, when a client brings me a policy, 92+% of the time, I can improve their situation. If all I'm worried about is myself, somebody else is going to improve their situation. I can't get them to get it. They don't like you. They don't trust you. You're no different than anybody else they've talked to about insurance. If you're not going to change it, then you're choosing it. You don't want to change that vicious cycle? You don't want to be different? You don't want to act as if that family's a human being with needs and on the brink of financial ruin if you don't take the time to figure out what they're paying on? Don't tell me you care about people. You're in the wrong business. And I say that with every bit of love I got in me because I'm telling you right now, like, this is what separates people from, thank God we had Mark when that phone call needs to be made, or their family members being like, who the hell do we call? No idea. Where do we even begin? And God forbid they have a few freaking minutes to grieve their family's loss, to process it, to take time to make plans on how they're going to put mom away nice, remember her nice. You want a funeral home coming after you in a moment of weakness and need, trying to pray on you, knowing, oh, mom would want this and blah, blah, blah. And you're sitting there with the struggle of how much can I honor mom or how much do I go in debt to honor mom? When you got the ability to make that choice, we got the funds there. We want to put mom away up where God and everybody knows she passed. We can do it because she had her insurance needs taken care of. Because somebody decided to change a vicious cycle instead of choosing to accept mom's excuses when he was sitting in her home 3 years before. That's the difference between somebody being able to, hey, God, this sucks, but let's celebrate mom's life. She's good. That's all taken care of. Let's celebrate. We already called Mark. Let's celebrate mom's life. Or, can't celebrate mom. We got to figure shit out. We got to, come on, just go, take that box of paper, go through it. Come on, let's figure out, what did she have? What did she have? Who's got access to mom's bank statements? Y'all see any bank statements, Lance? That's the difference, guys. That's the difference between you deciding, hey, I'm going to give a crap about people, and I'm going to go through some bullshit to get to where I want to go and be successful, or I'm going to see this and I'm going to turn and run because I'm scared of crap, because I'm scared of problems, because I'm so focused on me and my problems that I can't even think about helping other people right now. That's the difference between killing it in insurance and becoming another statistic. But remember, if you don't change it, you're in a bad cycle. You feel like you're in a rat race. If you don't change it, you're choosing it. I'm teaching you how to change it. What Stephen's talked to you about this morning, he's teaching you how to change it. What Gina's going to come up and the gold nugget she's going to give you here this afternoon, she's teaching you how to change it. You hear me? You can change it, or you can choose to just duplicate it and keep going through that vicious cycle. But if you don't change it, you're choosing it by default. So when I'm meeting with these clients and I'm having them get their policies, I'm literally saying that kind of stuff to them. I am verbally telling them, hey, anybody else, if anybody else was sitting with my mom and dad tonight, right now, I would be treating them the same way. You need to go get your coverage, and here's why. If you don't know where your policy is, who's your beneficiary? Who's the person that's going to handle all this stuff when you die? My daughter. Where's she at? She's in Salt Lake City, Utah. If you don't know what you have, how is she supposed to know what you have? I'm curious. I'm genuinely curious. Help me understand. How is she supposed to know if you don't know? That's the response you get. Oh, that's a good point. Yeah. I know. I've been doing this a while. I care about you. We're going to fix this. Don't worry. But help me understand, if you don't know, how's she supposed to know? Well, it's in a box somewhere. It's like, where? Closet? Which one? Let's go. I'm coming with you. Anything that's a box with a lid, we cutting open, ripping open, pulling off, we're finding some paperwork. Well, you don't have to. I know I don't. But if I don't and you die, your daughter's screwed. So am I going to dig in your closet for some papers, or are we going to let your daughter run the risk of getting screwed? And let's face it, you don't have me out here today because you want your daughter to get screwed. You have me out here because you know there's a need. I'm trying to help you meet this need. You say that stuff to people? Absolutely. Absolutely. Why? Well, because that's why, because that's what it is, because that's what I'm doing, because that's why I'm doing it. So why wouldn't I tell them that? I would want somebody to give a crap about my mom and dad. Lord knows a lot of people don't. Most people don't. You want somebody to give a crap about your mom and dad, your family when you pass? Like, that has to be your mentality. Tell people, say, hey, God bless. And when you're looking at the coverage, you say, Becky, did you know? Oh man, did you know that this thing literally ends on you next year? Like, did you know that? And you're no, I had no idea. I mean, I knew it was something. I knew it was close. I knew it was. And here comes, yeah, sure you did. Yeah, you didn't know where it was, Becky. Do you know this is ending next year? Oh, all right. Actually, no. Whew! Thank God. You're paying $888 a year, right? $70 a month, $80 a month. You're paying $800 a year. No, this does not end next year, Becky. Whew. Thank God. No, it just renews. It just renews, okay? So you're paying $880 a year. You just celebrated your 70th birthday. Happy birthday. For 70 years old, the renewal rate, $18,922 a year. I told you I'm from North Georgia. That's more fingers and toes than I got. Whip out the old calculator, and we got a new annual premium. You see this, Becky? You see here in 2025, next year, your 15-year term of paying $888 for year after year after year, 70-something drafted out. Yep, you see that? Boom, 2025. All right, I got to do the math. Hang on. You got a Tylenol. You might want to go take that real quick. All right, $18,626 a year divided by 12 months in a year. Oh, thank God they're going to let you keep this for $1,552 a month. Whew. All right, you got coverage. You're good. Okay, obviously I'm over embellishing something that's, the reality is she had no idea, and you didn't either until you got comfortable with being uncomfortable. And you did in your mind what you thought was being pushy because you're scared, because you don't want to get too personal. In this business, you get freaking personal. You ask the questions. You figure out what they have. You get real personal. Nobody's complaining about how personal you got when they're looking for death checks from the insurance company. Nobody gives a crap about what kind of questions you ask mom. You know, you have to get real personal. You have to find this stuff out. And if they don't know what they have, if they don't know where it's at, if you don't know what they have and they don't know where it's at, they for sure don't know what they have. You have to go find the coverages that they have. 92+% of the policies that I get in a client's home, I am getting rid of and improving their situation. You ain't finding them because you ain't asking, because you scared, because you uncomfortable, because you're worried about your problems, because you don't know what to do. I get it. I was there too. Change it or choose it. That's what I got for you. Thanks, guys.